Chapter 651, Alliance. Su Ping put away his sword and said to Legend Riverside, who was still in a trance, "How are things in the battlefront? Are more beasts coming? If not, this beast king must have escaped my detection." Legend Riverside finally recovered. "Are you at the Fate State?" "None of your business." That dismissal completely pulled Legend Riverside's consciousness back to reality. He shook his head to Su Ping's first question. "We haven't detected any more wild beasts. This Beast King's appearance was completely out of the blue. I don't know if only this Beast King escaped your detection or whether more are coming." After Su Ping proved able to kill that Void State beast with a single cut, Legend Riverside had begun to consider Su Ping as a legendary battle pet warrior at the Fate State. He had never seen Su Ping in the tower, but those who lived in the tower had secrets. Some of the legendary battle pet warriors who had joined the tower ages before would never show themselves in public. He only knew some of the newly affiliated legendary battle pet warriors by their names, not their faces. Even Legend Riverside had always had the feeling that the tower was an unfathomable organization. "I think that was just a fish that escaped from the net," Su Ping said. He added, "I'm going back, so I will entrust this place to you. I will do some checking on my way back and deal with any new Beast Kings that I find. Of course, it would be great if I don't find any." Legend Riverside twisted the corner of his mouth. "Deal with them." It was as if killing Beast Kings were like stomping ants to death. But that wasn't an exaggeration for Su Ping. "I have offended you. Sir, please forgive me." Legend Riverside lowered his head and apologized. He didn't consider it shameful to apologize to a Void State warrior, let alone one who was at the Fate State. "Get over it, just keep this place safe." Su Ping waved his hand. "You must pay attention to any abnormality. This worldwide wild beast strike is not as simple as you might think. There can be an even bigger strike. If you cannot keep the city safe, keep the people safe. You can even give up the city altogether." Legend Riverside didn't expect that Su Ping would talk that way. "A bigger strike." Legend Riverside was startled. Su Ping sounded too serious to be joking. It seemed that he was privy to some inside information. "Sir, are you serious?" Legend Riverside asked. He would have died along with the demise of the Holy Light Base City if Su Ping hadn't been there to help. He no longer doubted that Su Ping had killed 12 Beast Kings by himself. The Void State Beast King was probably the leader of the 12 beasts and the commander of that strike. "I guessed it, I'm not sure." Su Ping shook his head. He was indeed unsure. He merely thought it was possible. If he were sure, he would have made the information public and pressed further to relocate the Holy Light Base City. After all, compared with all the people's lives in the base city, keeping such information confidential was not the priority. It was just that he wasn't sure. The only relocating destination would be Longjiang Base City. However, Longjiang's space was limited. How many people could the Longjiang Base City take? Also, apart from the Holy Light Base City, the other base cities were also under attack. He couldn't give refuge to everyone in Longjiang. The Holy Light Base City was a Class A base city after all, with a history spanning for hundreds of years. The base city's defense devices were much more advanced than those of the other base cities. The people of that base city could still be kept safe. However, the other Class B and Class C base cities would be easily turned upside down by one Beast King. "You guessed it." Legend Riverside gazed at Su Ping with reserve. He wanted to ask something but eventually kept the question to himself. Right then, many people approached them. They were the titled battle pet warriors who had been fighting the Six Swirls Conch. "Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir." All the titled battle pet warriors bowed to Su Ping. Su Ping was taken aback. "You don't have to thank me. You also did your part, stalling the Beast King, or else the harm would have been greater." The titled battle pet warriors seemed to be thrilled and excited. They believed Su Ping was a legendary battle pet warrior, one who was even more powerful than Legend Riverside. No beast strikes could unsettle them, while having such a legendary battle pet warrior as a guest. Whoosh! Another person arrived. It was Lu Qiu. After all, he was a titled battle pet warrior, and he had also seen how Su Ping had slain that beast king with a single cut. Lu Qiu seemed to be surprised and embarrassed. He stood in front of Su Ping, but was unsure about proper etiquette in front of Su Ping. Same as before, Brother Su. Legend Riverside was unable to finish that beast king, but Su Ping then managed to kill it with only one move. It was unquestionable. Su Ping was at the void state or above. Lu Qiu was the vice chairman of the Trainers Association and a man of high status. However, the best he could aspire to was to be shown respect by those at the ocean state. As for void state warriors, even those at the ocean state would have to treat them with respect. Mr. Su. In the distance, the commander-in-chief made his way over with some titled battle pet warriors. They were clearly excited. Su Ping was getting a headache from seeing all those joyful faces. The entire world is in an abyss of suffering. I have to go, time is pressing. Try to get this place repaired. The commander-in-chief didn't even have the time to express his gratitude. He said in a hurry, Mr. Su, you were the one who killed this beast king. Why don't you stay so we can host a dinner in your honor? Su Ping had already guessed their good-willed intentions, but he declined. I was only lending a hand. You won't have trouble for the time being, while I still have to go and take care of my base city. There's nothing worthy of honor and praise. We survived the current strike, but there can be more in the future. I suggest you stay on high alert. Don't let your guard down. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth, but no words came out. It was surprising to experience Su Ping's direct and unorthodox personality. Sure, the commander-in-chief said. He knew that he couldn't have persuaded a powerful man like Su Ping. Rather, pushing too hard would have only made Su Ping unhappy. Su Ping nodded. He heaved a sigh and was ready to leave. Brother Su, Lu Qiu stopped him. He rubbed his hands with embarrassment. The thing you asked me, does it still count? What? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. About relocating to the Longjiang base city. Oh, I thought you weren't going. You said you wanted to be buried here. Well, Lu Qiu cleared his throat. I'm staying. I only want to relocate some of the young in my family. I was wondering if you could take them with you. Su Ping understood. The man was trying to protect his family's future. Fine, you have 20 minutes. Can you bring them over? Su Ping asked. Lu Qiu was overjoyed. Yes, of course, I'll tell them to come right now. With that said, he made a call to his butler and said 4 names. He spoke with the most serious tone he had ever used. After hanging up the call, he called someone else so that the 4 young people could get there as soon as possible. While Lu Qiu did that, the commander-in-chief and the others were surprised by what that arrangement meant. Soon they realized something that Su Ping said. More beast strikes. They turned pale. Was that not the end of it? Lu Qiu was trying to leave a way open for the future. Is the Holy Light base city in danger? The commander-in-chief asked at once. Mr. Su, could you take 2 from my family as well? Su Ping looked at the commander-in-chief. Only if they can get here within 20 minutes. If it's not possible, you can take them directly to the Longjiang base, but be careful. Of course, thank you, Mr. Su. The commander-in-chief began to make calls as well. They wanted their young to go with Su Ping because they were worried about potential beast strikes on the way. Apart from the Holy Light base city, many other base cities were being attacked. The wilderness was not as peaceful as before. Not even titled warriors could ensure their own safety. Sir, there are 3 in my family. The titled battle pet warriors joined in. Su Ping looked at the titled battle pet warriors who had been fighting against the Beast King. You have 20 minutes. I can take them with me if they get here on time. Go and call your families. The titled battle pet warriors thanked Su Ping and went to make the calls. More titled battle pet warriors started to gather their families, young ones as well. Moments later, many people arrived while riding on huge birds. Lord Lu. 2 titled battle pet warriors came down from a bird at the peak of the 9th rank with 4 young people in tow. A pair of them were teenagers, while the other 2 were in their 20s. The four looked around curiously. They had seen the collapsed outer wall and the Beast King's corpse when they were in the air. "They're here," a titled battle pet warrior said to Lu Qiu. The former found the reigning vibe was kind of strange. Lu Qiu nodded. He looked at the four and said, "Here they are." "Sure." Su Ping didn't make further comments. "Come here, this is Mr. Su, a legendary battle pet warrior. He will take you to the Longjiang base city. You must behave, respect Mr. Su like you respect me," Lu Qiu said to the four with a serious tone. The four were surprised, since the young man who seemed to be close to their age was at the legendary rank. They were well informed, being young members of big families. They knew that some special herbs could keep a person's appearance. There was also the chance to change a person's appearance after reaching a certain rank. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Su," the four said. Su Ping nodded. "Don't be so exaggerated. I'm just going to take them there. The Longjiang base city is not big, but it's not a small one either. It can take a few extra people. You should know that I don't have time to take care of them." Lu Qiu said at once, "I understand. You don't have to. We are already more than grateful that you can take them with you." Su Ping nodded. Soon the others arrived. Time was almost up. He looked around. There was about a score of people. Roar! A swirl opened up behind him and a scorching heat came from within. The Inferno Dragon stepped out. It looked small when compared to the 6 swirls conch, but it wasn't any less intimidating. That battle pet, Legend Riverside, was surprised by the battle pet. He was even more afraid of the battle pet than that the 6 swirls conch. Still, he was also able to tell that the battle pet was also at the 9th rank, just like Su Ping. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to take it down a notch. He rode on one of the Inferno Dragon's shoulders and said to the crowd of young people, "Come on up." The young were a bit afraid, but that was a pet, not a wild beast. Soon, a first went up to the Inferno Dragon and the others did the same thing. The Inferno Dragon rolled its eyes. It wasn't happy to see those people climbing up using its tail as a ramp. After everyone got up, Su Ping said to Lu Qiu, "I'm leaving now." "Take care, Mr. Su." "Thank you, Mr. Su." The others said. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings and let out a roar that echoed in the sky. It took flight. Su Ping unleashed astral powers over the passengers, in case the wind blew them off. They looked at the Holy Light base city, saddened by the departure. Su Ping had seen a few small groups of wild beasts along the way. They no longer posed a big threat. That Beast King was a fish that escaped the net. Su Ping shook his head and directly flew to the Longjiang base city. He arrived in half a day. What he saw along the way made him frown. He had seen many groups of wild beasts, the largest ranging in the hundreds of thousands. Some groups merely had thousands of beasts. All of them were roaming the wilderness. Those wild beasts were threatening. Once he arrived at the outer wall of the Longjiang base city, he asked the guards for Qin Duhuang's whereabouts and went to him. Soon after, he found Qin Duhuang guarding the south. "Qin, is everything okay?" Su Ping steered the Inferno Dragon to meet with him. Qin Duhuang was talking to an officer when he heard the voice. He turned and asked, "Who are those people behind you?" "I went to the Holy Light base city and brought some people with me." "The Holy Light base city. Did you lend a hand?" Just now, Zai heard from clairvoyance that the Holy Light base city was enduring a major strike. "How was it?" Qin Duhuang asked at once. "The beasts have been taken care of." "Right, you were there. It would have been troublesome if you couldn't have taken care of it." Qin Duhuang forced a smile. He had witnessed how Su Ping had defeated the Otherworld Heavenly King, and he had been searching for information in the old archives. Even though Qin Duhuang didn't join the tower, he had gained the basic knowledge about the legendary rank. He had started to treat Su Ping as one at the fate state. The situation is getting worse across the world and many base cities are being attacked. Just now, Zai said that the tower wants to take the initiative and ask all the base cities, all of them, to form a defense alliance in order to fight the beasts, Qin Duhuang said. Chapter 652, The List 1. A Defense Alliance. Su Ping frowned. The base cities are scattered around the world. How can they form one defense alliance? Are you saying that people would have to abandon some base cities and relocate elsewhere? Most likely. Chin Du-Wang heaved a sigh. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's impossible to take care of all the base cities, so we have to give up some. Some remotely located Class C and Class B base cities will have to merge with the other base cities. What about Longjiang? I don't know. We haven't seen the list yet, but I don't think we would be relocating. Chin Du-Wang smiled at Su Ping and continued, "You're here, and besides, I'm also here. I'm at the legendary rank after all. Our base city is not any weaker than the Class A base cities. We may be even better. I heard that no Class A base cities were going to relocate, so I don't think we would need to move." The ones who came with Su Ping heard the entire conversation and were dumbstruck. Another legendary battle pet warrior. There was another important matter. It seemed that the legendary battle pet warrior was implying that Su Ping was even more powerful. For a moment, many started to understand why their families had gathered them up. It had been quite the meaningful move. That's good. Su Ping nodded. That's how it always was. The weak had to drift along. It wasn't the usual relocation. The relocated would have to give up their families. They would have to find new homes in other base cities, while the locals would forever see them as refugees, the outsiders. Since the beginning of human history, whatever the situation was like, humans would find a sense of superiority by comparing with those around them. That was pure human nature. Apart from merging settlements, the base cities will select some powerful warriors who would go to the battlefront and beat back the wild beasts. Chin Du-Huang added, 3 defense lines will be set up, led by 7 Class A base cities in our subcontinent district. I've been studying the maps all day long. I believe that the Longjiang base city will be a part of the Xinjiang defense line, with Duing and Longjing acting as strongholds. There will be 12 base cities in the Xinjiang defense line, and the defensive line will be in a curve. We rely on the difficult terrains by the Dragon Spine Forest and the North Pass Mountain to avoid large-scale assaults. After all, we would be at a disadvantage in a fast assault. Su Ping nodded. When will the defense line be set up? Chin Du-Wang shook his head. They're still talking about it. After all the base cities in the subcontinent district are involved. There are complicated interests. We're not getting any updates right now. Su Ping nodded. Indeed, that was not a complicated relocation. He saw it as a war between 2 different races. Some saw it as a chance for development. Opportunities could arise in turbulent times. Some might find the matter ridiculous. The fact that some people would try to find chances to get rich during a critical time for humans, but it was a fact. Let's wait. Su Ping was not in any rush. He had not found out all facts about the deep caves yet. Defense lines or not, he needed to be more powerful. He would rather take the time to cultivate. If he could make further progress and reach the legendary rank, he would undoubtedly become more powerful. He would have more confidence in dealing with the deep caves. Has the Holy Light base city suffered a great loss? Chin Du-Wang was still interested in that group of people, sitting on the Inferno Dragon's back. He wondered if he was wrong. He had seen that those people were young but at high ranks. They were even better than graduates from famous academies. Was Su Ping supporting the Holy Light base city, or ransacking the Holy Light base city? It was okay, not much of a casualty. I knew it. Chin Du-Wang produced a forced smile. See you around. Su Ping said goodbye to Chin Du-Wang and went back to his store. Su Ping's Inferno Dragon had become famous in Longjiang. Even though the base city was on alert and warriors were making the rounds, no one made a move to stop Su Ping. This is my store and my home. Your families have asked me to bring you here, but I don't have time to take care of all of you. You can go ahead and find a place to live in the city by yourselves. You can go back to your base city after the beast strike ends. The young people looked at each other, speechless. One dainty girl said gingerly, "Sir, my father told me to follow you and listen to your orders. I So listen to me. Do what you want to do, but remember this, do not make trouble and do not bully others. And another thing, don't come and bother me for useless matters. The young ones realized that Su Ping was not easygoing. They didn't insist on staying, but some of them began to think of something else. If they couldn't butter Su Ping up directly, they could always find other ways. It would be silly to not butter up a legendary battle pet warrior. Soon after Su Ping entered the store, Su Lingyu, Zhang Lingtong, and Tang Ruyan had hurried over. They had sensed the dragon's presence and knew that Su Ping had returned. Ping! Su Lingyu greeted her big brother. She would have never acknowledged her loser big brother. She wouldn't have ever greeted him proactively. But that day, she was even a little bit shy. Su Ping did not spend time on small talk. Don't go out. Stay inside the store unless going out is absolutely necessary. Don't be overly pretentious thinking you can do anything just because you think you're a jack of all trades. Tang Ruyan rolled her eyes. You gave me a beast king. I am a fate challenger, you know. Me too, me too. Su Lingyu raised her hands. Su Ping rolled his eyes at her. Even a pig could become a fate challenger with the battle pets I gave you. Stay in the store and cultivate. Chapter 653, The List 2. Pigs could become fate challengers. Even if you call us pigs, we would be the best pigs, Tang Ruyan argued. Su Ping sneered. He only said that they were grounded and left to find Joanna. What's the deal between your brother and Joanna? Tang Ruyan wondered why he cared that much about Joanna. Su Lingyu stood akimbo and snorted. Not a legitimate one. You do know. Of course I know. I know everyone who's acquainted with my brother. Is that so? Yes. In the pet room. That's the thing. Have you heard about such a formation? Su Ping told Joanna about what he had seen in the deep caves, including the formation used to contain the area, the 5 fields, and the ceiling formation that some beast kings were guarding. Joanna was sitting in a nursing pen with anima surrounding her. She had a dainty and exquisite look like a fairy. The 5 fields. Joanna raised her eyebrows. You must be speaking about the 5 elements formation. Judging by the situation you described, I think it's just a small 5 elements formation, but that would be more than enough to contain those beast kings. A small 5 elements formation. That was a pleasant surprise for Su Ping. You know about this. Do you know how to repair it? It's easy to repair such a formation. Find where the break is, then use energy and formation grains to repair it. Joanna made it sound like a walk in the park. I understand that 4 of the 5 elements were depleted, and the 5 elements formation exists in name only. I suggest you build a new one. Sometimes it's easier to build from scratch than to repair, just like this case. Su Ping twitched his mouth. Small thing. That small thing had contained all the beast kings in the deep caves for over 1,000 years. The beast kings had to exhaust their means to break free. For Joanna to say that the formation was a small thing. I understand you can build one, am I right? Su Ping asked. Joanna answered with pride. I can build you a big 5 elements formation, let alone a small one. A big 5 elements formation can even contain star rank beings with ease. But well, I cannot leave your store. My hands are tied here, sorry. Su Ping was speechless. The scheming glow in her eyes told him what she was thinking. Don't even think about leaving my store. Not a chance. Su Ping thought about it and suggested something else. If it's not complicated, teach me and I will build it. Joanna snorted. It's not complicated, but learning is that easy. You would have to spend a month or 2 if you're a quick learner. If you're not, it'll take you dozens of years or even over 100 years. I can teach you, sure. But when do you plan on taking me to the Archean divinity? Are you sure that you can take me there? That place was broken ages ago. Of course, we've talked about this. I'll take you there, but you'll have to behave and become an outstanding employee, Su Ping promised. I will trust you, but only for now, Joanna said. I have the materials to build this formation at my place, but I cannot control whether you can learn it or not. Speaking of which, I think your so-called teacher could deal with those puny beast kings easily. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Well, you got me there. I think my teacher is kind of stupid. Su Ping curled his lips. Verbal abuse first offense. Sometimes you ask some people to come out and they pay no attention, but they sure notice in a flash when you call them stupid, Su Ping said with sarcasm. Second offense. What? Joanna was perplexed, but she did understand Su Ping's first comment. She was surprised. She believed that a mysterious teacher had helped Su Ping become crazy powerful, for him to be actually taunting his teacher. She realized she might have underestimated Su Ping all this time. Who on earth is this guy? Nothing. Since you're willing to teach me, let us begin right away. Once I learn, maybe I'll be able to drive the beasts back to the deep caves and imprison them again, Su Ping said. She neither agreed nor disagreed. You'd better be prepared. According to what you said, I think the wild beasts from the deep caves are prepared and they are planning against something. I cannot tell what the other sealing formation at the deepest level is. After all, your description is not in detail and I've never seen one like it. I'm not sure. There shouldn't be a second core inside a small 5 elements formation. So I don't think the sealing formation is part of the small 5 elements formation. It should be an independent array. As for what is sealed inside, I have no idea. Su Ping frowned. He still thought that the sealing formation was a hidden risk. He wondered when the risk would present itself. Su Ping shook his head to calm himself down. Overthinking would not do him any good. He would rather make the most of the time available and work on the things that mattered. Let's go back to your place so you can teach me, Su Ping said. Joanna nodded. She missed her hometown. Su Ping had been busy, so it had been some time since she had gone back. I'll go and tell them, Su Ping said. Su Ping went back to the storefront. Tang Ruyan and the other 2 girls were still there. Go back home and don't go anywhere else. I have to close the store for a day. Again, Tang Ruyan was surprised. Su Lingyu voiced her confusion. You've just returned. I thought you loved making money. Why don't you open the store? The beast strikes are coming. Our store can help many battle pet warriors. Helping them would raise the chances of survival for all of us. Zhang Lingtong gazed at Su Ping but said nothing. I said go home, so go home. I have my business, Su Ping said grumpily. He could not explain the secrets of the store, so he had to tell them to leave. I'm getting all mysterious again, Tang Ruyan mumbled and went away. Su Lingyu didn't say anything else. The 3 girls left the store. Su Ping closed the door, paying no heed to the looks of resentment thrown at him by the 3 girls. He gathered Joanna and opened the portal to the demigod burial. Desperate times. The wild beasts could arrive at any time. Su Ping had to return every day. One day in real life was 10 days in the cultivation sites. That was the same for all the cultivation sites. He asked the system about the principle, but the system turned a deaf ear to him. Su Ping had become used to the system playing possum during critical moments. The way to get the system's attention was easy. Calling it stupid was enough. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Do you want a taste of thunder? The pain will be 10 times stronger than before. The system warned Su Ping with a gloomy tone. They arrived at the demigod burial. Same as before, Joanna's original self told some people to escort them to her residence. It had been a long time since Joanna had visited that realm. The gods on the mountain were thrilled to see her return. They hurried over to greet her. Joanna knew that Su Ping was in a rush, and the blue planet was indeed in grave danger. Joanna resolutely told her subordinates to leave, and then took Su Ping to a library located on the mountain. There were some mysterious skills that Joanna's original self had collected. They were kept in the library, including the 5 elements formation. The theory of the 5 elements formation is easy. You use the 5 basic elements and take advantage of their mutually dependent and mutually exclusive nature to generate energy. The 5 elements formation has a particular trait. The containment power will grow with the passing of time. If a 5 elements formation has a history of 1,000,000 years, then the 5 elements formation can even contain gods. However, there are hardly any 5 elements formations that are 1,000,000 years old. The small five elements formation that you're going to learn doesn't have such a trait. Its power will always remain the same. You also cannot break the balance of the five elements. Once the balance is upset, the formation's power will deteriorate, and the things contained inside will eventually find a weak area they can breach. Joanna took out a magatama bead. The explanation of the small five elements formation had been carved on it. Go through this first and memorize all the information. I will explain later. This will help you understand it. Su Ping nodded. He sat down on the ground regardless of the dust. He probed the magatama with his mind. Time flew. Su Ping studied the small five elements formation, and Joanna kept him company. She was not an expert in formations, but she was more than capable enough to teach him. Joanna's explanation was thorough, and Su Ping's study was comprehensive. Su Ping attained a basic understanding of the small five elements formation in merely 10 days. Su Ping's progress was faster than Joanna had anticipated. She realized that Su Ping had become quite talented when it came to learning of formations. You can finish the study in less than a month. Indeed, I am a good teacher, Joanna exclaimed. Su Ping rolled his eyes. 10 days had gone by. He summoned the system and went back to the store. He opened the door at once to check the situation outside after he returned. The wild beasts were on the move. Many things could happen in one day in real life. As soon as he opened the door, he saw many titled battle pet warriors of the Qin family across the street. The other families were also gathered there. Everyone looked sullen. Chapter 654, The List 3. What is going on? Su Ping shouted as he went over. The titled battle pet warriors turned around and greeted Su Ping with respect. Someone murmured, "Mr. Su is here, thank God. Let's see what Mr. Su thinks." Sure. The titled battle pet warriors quietly made way for Su Ping as he approached them. Mr. Su. Some elders of the Qin family and the family heads of both the Lias and the Zhous went to greet Su Ping. Liu Tianzong gazed at Su Ping with complicated emotions. Back in the day, their pet store had competed against Su Ping, while resorting to underhanded means to tarnish his store's reputation. As he thought of what he had done, Liu Tianzong had to admit he could not believe he had ever done that. That had to be one of the most daring moments in his entire life. The good thing was that Su Ping only requested half of the Liu family's wealth. Otherwise, the young Su Ping, a man with legendary rank combat strength, could simply say the word and the Liu family would disappear without leaving a trace. Even if some of their members managed to escape, they would soon realize how they would never be able to see the light of day again. Legendary battle pet warriors established the rules on the blue planet. What are you talking about? Why do all of you seem so worried? Said Su Ping after taking a glance. Liu Tianzong came back to his senses and produced a forced smile. Mr. Su, we are talking about relocating. The tower issued the list this morning, but the Longjiang base city is not part of the Xinjiang defense line. The tower hopes that Longjiang can be merged with the Xuanglong base city. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Are you sure about that? We have Qin Duhuang here. Why are they relocating a base city when there's a legendary battle pet warrior stationed here? That relocation didn't simply mean that people would stay somewhere else till the strike ended and then return. After all the people left the base city, the wild beasts would then arrive and occupy the base city. No one would be able to come back. Each base city had its customs and culture. All of it would be lost with the relocation. Su Ping also knew that relocation was not possible for him. His store was there. He didn't want to leave Longjiang. That was a Class B base city, and he had lived in a poor community where the streets were old and the buildings were aged. However, those mottled walls and the humidity in the air were a part of him. That was his home. It was shabby but beautiful. Liu Tianzong forced a smile. Qin is a legendary battle pet warrior, but he didn't join the tower. We heard that the legendary battle pet warriors in the tower have formed different parties and things have become quite complicated. The tower claimed that Longjiang's geographic location wasn't suitable to be used as a defense line. We could become a weak link for everyone. I have to say, this isn't entirely unreasonable. However, we can make up for that flaw with Qin Du Huang. The tower is just making excuses, Su Ping frowned. What did Qin Du Huang say? He went to the Xinjiang Defense Line's head office and hasn't returned yet. An elder of the Qin family sighed. Zai Jinshui is also making calls. He's trying to work something out using his connections in order to have Longjiang added in the defense line. If the Xinjiang defense line excludes us, no other defense line would accept us, since we would become a liability for them. The family head of the Zhou family heaved a sigh and added, I had thought that we would certainly be part of the defense line, considering there's Qin Du Huang and Mr. Su. I cannot believe they're telling us to relocate. This is outrageous. Zhou Tainlin wanted to hurl out some verbal abuse, but he had already done so earlier, when he first heard the news. He no longer had the urge to spew curses. He was merely anxious to find a way to add their base city in the defense line. Otherwise, all the base city's residents would have to relocate, or they would be facing the strike alone. Relocation could be detrimental, especially to the major families. All of their territories were in Longjiang. All the fixed assets would become worthless once they left. All their estates and businesses would have to be given up. They could only take some cash and part of their family assets with them. But any major family considered fixed assets as the most important part. One could only have so much money. Su Ping pulled a long face. Qin Du Huang had briefed him about the defense line. He didn't understand anything about the geographic location. He wasn't concerned about such an issue. Still, he trusted Qin Du Huang's judgment. Longjiang would be treated as part of the defense line, unless the base city's location was too remote. Do you have a map? I need to see something, Su Ping said. An elder of the Qin family said at once, Yes, Mr. Su, this way please. They went into the building's lobby and placed a sand table. That lobby was originally used to display some of the ceramics, rare pet feathers and shells that the Qin family had collected over the years. It was no longer an exhibition hall. The sand table, plus a map of the subcontinent district and the world were the only things on display. Here's the Longjiang base city. A Qin family elder pointed at the map. Su Ping looked. He saw a place next to a mountain range, and there was a small flag with the word Longjiang written on it. Mr. Su Wei. The Qin family elder thought about giving Su Ping an introduction, but the latter signaled him to stop. No one said anything. Su Ping saw the locations of the base cities on the sand table, as well as the Dragon Spine Forest and the North Pass Mountain, the two which flanked the base city's landscape. There were over a dozen base cities built around the area. 12 of them were close to the North Pass Mountain, including Longjiang, which was the closest to the mountain and further away from the Dragon Spine Forest. However, by looking at the big picture, the distance between Longjiang and the Dragon Spine Forest was insignificant. The Longjiang base city was in no way a weak link. Can you contact Zai Jinshui? Su Ping asked. Liu Tianzong shook his head. Zai Jinshui is busy calling everyone he knows. You will have to go to the city hall. Su Ping nodded. I'll do that. He left right away. The others looked at each other. Someone whispered, Is Mr. Su thinking about personally going to the tower to beg for help? Begging to the tower. Mr. Su once went there to beat them up. Do you honestly think Mr. Su would go and beg the tower over this? The tower knows that the Longjiang base city has Mr. Su, but they're not including us in the defense line. They're clearly doing this on purpose. They wouldn't relent even if Mr. Su went a beg. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to embarrass Mr. Su in order to force him to crawl over to them. These are special times. Mr. Su cannot beat them up again. If he were to hurt or kill legendary battle pet warriors again, he would be fighting against the entire human society. We cannot have an internal strife at this moment. Why can't he? We didn't start it, the tower did, talking nonsense about geographic location, weak links and whatnot. What the hell? We are not fools. They can't even fool the general public with this. I really cannot understand the tower. Longjiang has 2 legendary battle pet warriors and still we have to relocate. How the hell did they come up with such a stupid decision? They're just doing this on purpose. Mr. Su shamed them before, so they are trying to get back at us. No wonder Mr. Su doesn't approve of the tower. I thought legendary battle pet warriors were indifferent to fame and wealth, but they're just like us. Hush, you cannot say that. This isn't something we should think about if they knew. They looked at each other. Although still angry, they stopped talking. Indeed, Su Ping was able to rattle the tower because he had the ability and the courage. On the other hand, they themselves weren't legendary battle pet warriors. Apart from the Qin family, none of the other families had legendary battle pet warriors. If their complaints were to be made public, the tower could easily destroy their families. Those were the plights of the weak. They were furious, but unable to even complain about it. City Hall. Everyone at the City Hall knew Su Ping from his pictures. They would bow to him with respect, and no one stopped him. When Su Ping found Zai Jinshui, the latter was making a call while standing by his office window. Jai, please, we've known each other for years. Could just please relay my message. I will go and thank you in person after this ends. You know about us. The Longjiang base city is not a Class C settlement. We are not Class A either, but we have legendary battle pet warriors. Jai, hello. Ay. The call ended. Su Ping pushed the door open and went in. Zai Jinshui turned around with a start. He produced a forced smile after Su Ping's unexpected appearance. Mr. Su, how long have you been here? Just a second, Su Ping said calmly. I've been briefed of the situation. Is someone deliberately creating trouble for us? After seeing the sand table, Su Ping had then found out that the reason for excluding Longjiang from the defense line was utterly irrational. The Longjiang base city circumstances were not valid for it to be ignored. Zai Jinshui wished he could say something but stopped on second thought. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. Qin went there to find out. The tower should show him some respect, although I still wonder if he is going to come back with good news. The tower is managing the Xinjiang defense line, right? How many legendary battle pet warriors are in charge? Who is the leader? Su Ping asked. He could think of one legendary battle pet warrior from the tower, with whom he shared a deep-seated hatred with. Yun Tianchen. If Yuan Tianchen was the one behind it all, Su Ping would no longer show mercy. Even though Su Ping kept a calm face, Zai Jinshui's experience as a mayor allowed him to immediately notice Su Ping's killing intent. Startled by it, he said at once, Mr. Su, this has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Do not give in to impulse. If you fight the tower, you will be putting yourself against all of humanity. The tower represents justice at this time, and justice always wins. It's not that justice always wins. It is the surviving party that wins. Su Ping snorted. I won't deal with them for now. They are scum, but the public are innocent. The tower's members are rotten, but they'll have to fight to protect the base cities, and this is their sole value. Zai Jinshui was relieved. I'm glad to hear that. I trust that you'll be a man of your word, Mr. Su. I am. You don't have to warn me. No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Su. Zai Jinshui waved his hands at once. He was about to continue when his phone rang. Qin Duhuang, he must be back already. Zai Jinshui looked glad. He answered the call without hesitation. I failed. He heard 2 words that took away all his delight and hope. Su Ping heard that as well. He narrowed his eyes. Zai Jinshui became absent-minded. He stood in a daze for a moment, not even noticing that Qin Duhuang had hung up. After a moment passed, he came back to his senses and saw that the call had indeed ended. He produced a forced smile and said to Su Ping, Mr. Su, why don't you go back home? I have to make some calls. I have some old schoolmates I can contact, and I know that my wife's family has some connections. I will call them. After looking at the forced smile, Su Ping said, You don't have to find anyone. Since the defense line does not want us, we will simply defend ourselves. Zai Jinshui was surprised. This strike is not a common one. I heard that there's a major problem at the deep caves. According to some ancient and confidential records, I know that the wild beasts contained within are much more intimidating than the ones we've seen in the barren areas. The former are heartless. There must be over 100 beast kings in the deep caves. You don't have to guess, Su Ping said. There are probably over 1,000 beast kings, but they're scattered around the world. The subcontinent district only has to deal with 100 or two, and Longjiang will merely have to fight dozens of them. Over 1,000. Zai Jinshui was so stunned that he almost dropped his phone. He curled his lips and turned pale. Dozens. He looked desperate. Dozens of beast kings, how terrifying. They were enough to flatten the Longjiang base city. They had Su Ping and Qin Du Huang in Longjiang, but the base city was not a small place. If they were posted at the east side, the west side would be left unattended. If the beasts came from different directions, there would be nothing that Su Ping could do. "Don't worry, I am here," Su Ping said to the trembling mayor. "I am here." The 3 words boosted Zai Jinshui's confidence. He gazed at Su Ping and said with a heavy mind, "Mr. Su, I don't know the extent of what you can accomplish, but I understand that you're better than those at the Void State. Still, dozens of beast kings, can we do this? I will open my store for business, and I will call some friends for help. I have given a look at the sand table. I can guard one side and Qin Du Huang can guard another. The other sides can be protected by my battle pets," Su Ping said. "But..." "No buts, let's do this," Su Ping cut Zai Jinshui off. Zai Jinshui was inspired by Su Ping's determination. He took a deep breath and the worry on his mind finally vanished. "You are right. Let's do this." No one was willing to help us, no matter how I begged. Those bastards. I knew that begging wouldn't work, and I'm done with begging. Relying on them is worse than relying on ourselves. Damn it, we will do this. Chapter 655, Heaven Executor. Regret arrived as soon as he finished this self-pep talk. Anyone could say bold words to seek a momentary gratification, but not everyone went and did bold things. The Longjiang base city had a large population, and yet he had given in to impulse. "Stop hesitating. Go and get ready. I have to go back now." Su Ping saw how Zai Jinshui was showing his hesitant nature again, so he decided to snap him out of it. He left the office soon after. Zai Jinshui watched as Su Ping left, feeling powerless. From that moment on, he would have to place all his hope on Su Ping. Prepare for war. Su Ping went directly back to his store. Since the Longjiang base city had failed to become part of the Xinjiang defense line, they would have to rely on themselves. Su Ping knew that someone in the tower was targeting him, but that was not the time for him to seek revenge. "Brother Leng, do you have time? We need more people at the Longjiang base city." Su Ping called Leng Yingjun, Venerable the Blade, at once after he returned. "Mr. Su, I heard about your base city. I was at the head office of the Xinjiang defense line when Mr. Qin went there." Leng Yingjun heaved a sigh and continued, "I became aware of the situation but was unable to do anything about it. I am so sorry, but if Longjiang is in danger, I will be there." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry about it, this had nothing to do with you. Do you know who suggested excluding our base city?" "Well," Leng Yingjun sounded hesitant, but he eventually answered, "A senior legendary battle pet warrior of the tower did, but I'm not at liberty to tell you the name because I am a member of the tower." Su Ping was surprised. "You're a member of the tower. You finally reached the legendary rank." "Yes, and I'm mortified to say that." Leng Yingjun forced a bitter smile. "I have to thank you, Mr. Su. I reached the legendary rank because of the Beast King you sold me. I was able to feel the special energy harnessed by Beast Kings through the bond of the contract, which later inspired me. I was able to get through the bottleneck. If it weren't for the Beast King, I don't know how much longer I would be stuck. I might have never been able to take the final step." "Congratulations," Su Ping was glad. There was one more legendary battle pet warrior with a sense of responsibility. "The tower called me soon after I reached the legendary rank. I joined the tower for the greater good of humanity." Leng Yingjun felt a bit embarrassed. "I've heard about the matters between you and the tower. I don't hate the tower. I hate my enemies," Su Ping cut him off and said with a smiling voice. Whichever organization you joined, the fact that you're a legendary battle pet warrior is a happy occasion. When time allows, come to visit and I will hand you a gift. Mr. Su, Lang Yingzhen didn't know what to say. He felt too mortified to meet Su Ping after joining the tower. It was thanks to the Beast King that Su Ping sold him that he had been able to reach the legendary rank. He wouldn't have been inspired without that Beast King. It just so happened that the breakthrough came at a critical time. The titled rank was no longer enough in those trying times. Several legendary battle pet warriors had passed away. He was indebted to Su Ping. Okay, I have to call someone else. See you, Su Ping said. Lang Yingzhen heard the call end, and he put down his phone after a few seconds of silence. In the meantime, Su Ping started to call others. Wu Guansheng was the second person he called. Su Lingyu's teacher. Wu Guansheng was at the peak of the titled rank, but different from Venerable the Blade, the former was an expert in healing. His own combat strength was not strong, but it would be much better than 1 + 1 = 2 when he assisted others. No problem, Wu Guansheng answered without hesitation. Su Ping was touched by Wu Guansheng's attitude. He could not imagine how he had become friends with a titled warrior whom he had coerced into staying. Su Ping didn't call a third person. As a matter of fact, there were only a few titled battle pet warriors he knew. People like Yun Wanli and Han Yuxiang had to protect their own base cities. The Longyang base city was important because of the entrance to the deep caves, making it an easy target. If we do end up needing more people, the Qin family, the Zhou family and the Yi family have many titled battle pet warriors, Su Ping said to himself. The Longjiang base city did have a large population of titled battle pet warriors. However, compared to the number of wild beasts, their numbers were only a drop in the bucket. That being said, titled battle pet warriors could sign contracts with beast kings. If every titled battle pet warrior in Longjiang could be equipped with a beast king, Longjiang would have enough power to defend itself, even if dozens of beast kings were to come. Su Ping thought of a plan. Head office of the Xinjiang defense line. The place had been up in the Duing base city. Both Duing and Longjing competed openly and covertly. Eventually, the Longjing base city gave in. More and more battle pet warriors started pouring into Duing after the head office was set up. Titled battle pet warriors from the 11 base cities, which made the defensive line, would make frequent trips to report. More than 20 legendary battle pet warriors had been appointed to the head office by the tower. One of the 20 was at the Void State, a healthy man in his old age. Just a legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State. How dare he come to us and argue? An old man was sitting on a wooden chair with the engravings of a phoenix and a dragon. That Qin dude refused to join the tower. Stupid thing. He thought he could do better by buttering up that guy Su in the Longjiang base city instead of joining us. How ridiculous. Right, joining the tower is not to gain benefits. It's all for the greater good of humanity. We are managing all the base cities across the world and we work hard with both mind and body. That Qin dude is a lowly, pandering ingrate. What does he know about difficulties? The other 3 legendary battle pet warriors in the room sneered. The old man snorted. How is the Longjiang base city doing? Has that guy Su called to beg or ask someone to do it on his behalf? No, not for now. Who would be foolish enough to beg for that kid's sake? He killed several legendary battle pet warriors. He's a traitor to human society. Don't worry, he will come and beg when the beast strike arrives. The 3 legendary battle pet warriors laughed. They could even see how Su Ping would beg before them when the strike came. Never mind. We should be prepared. The master has entrusted this defense line to me. We cannot afford to make mistakes, the old man interrupted them. You're right, Lord Nai. We gave a chance to the Longjiang base city, but they refused to relocate. They are only seeking their own doom. With Lord Nai here, even if wild beasts come to the Longjing base city, we will surely be able to defend it. The old man nodded. Speaking of which, Longjing is important because it also has an entrance to the deep caves. That place is our priority. Report anything out of the ordinary immediately. That is correct. Longjing has a heaven executor who will take care of the deep caves, so I don't think we need to be worried. Anyway, those heaven executors hide in the base cities. What are they protecting? I heard that some base cities that have no entrances to the deep caves have heaven executors as well, Longjing for example. Humph! The old man suddenly darted a cold glance at the three. The strike is upon us. I suggest you leave those messy thoughts to rest. You don't have the authority to ask about the heaven executors. That is top secret, and even I am being kept in the dark. Be careful. The master may hear this. Discussing heaven executors is forbidden. The other people smiled apologetically and no longer touched that subject. They hid their curiosity deep inside. Even the tower regarded that topic as top secret. How interesting. In the meantime, Longjiang Base City. Su Ping was about to close the door to visit a cultivation site when his father Su Yuanchen arrived. Ping, is this your store? Su Yuanchen stood by the door and looked around. Su Ping smiled. I got the store from you, this is our store. Chapter 656, Crisis. Your mother was the one managing the store. You got the store from her. Su Yuanchen shook his head. It was just a small, ordinary store when she ran things. But now, see all the titled battle pet warriors. I cannot even count how many have come here. Su Ping smiled silently. I saw in the news that the wild beasts are striking everywhere and many base cities are relocating. Have you also thought about moving? Su Yuanchen asked. Su Ping shook his head. I'm not leaving Longjiang. Su Yuanchen gazed at him. Are you sure? It's not a small strike this time. The wild beasts could be even more intimidating than the otherworld heavenly king you met. Su Ping was surprised. How do you know? I saw it on the news. These news reports are very detailed. Su Ping was speechless. Anyway, let's roll with the punches and we'll see what to do when the time comes. Su Yuanchen didn't offer a reply. Dad, I have to do something. Could you head back home for now? Sure. Su Ping closed the door after his father left. He pulled up the system's shop and found advanced beast-catching rings. He refreshed the shop several times. 3 out of 5 rounds he found beast-catching rings. He grabbed the beast-catching rings, called Joanna, and went to the demigod burial. Su Ping went and said to Joanna directly, I need 4 beast kings at the void state. Do you want to sell them? That is correct. Sure, finding 4 beast kings at the void state within 10 days is a piece of cake. Joanna accepted the mission. Su Ping looked at her. She had helped him deal with many troubles. She was indeed a great helper. You'll become an outstanding employee after this beast strike. I'll take you to the Archean divinity by then, Su Ping said. Joanna was surprised. Are you serious? She stared at him. Yes. Su Ping nodded. Joanna bit her lips and took a deep breath. Good, is that a deal? Su Ping replied with a smile. Do you want to deny it later? No. Then why don't you answer me? I'm a man of my word. If I wasn't, no matter how many promises I make, they would all be pointless. Joanna quietly stared at him. She summoned 2 god warriors and asked them to catch void state beast kings. Joanna began to teach the small 5 elements formation to Su Ping after the god warriors left. The teacher and the student. Joanna was a patient tutor. She told the celestial gods to get some materials so that Su Ping could practice. Those materials were not cheap, but Joanna had a large fortune. She could afford Su Ping's practice materials. 10 days passed. The god warriors had caught 4 void state beast kings on the 3rd day. They placed the beast kings in cages and delivered them to Su Ping. Su Ping told the god warriors to beat the beast kings half to death before he used the advanced beast-catching rings. He was able to catch 3 after 4 attempts. That was a pretty lucky draw. Those beast kings lived in the demigod burial. They were different from the wild beasts he had seen on the blue planet, since they had divine energy coursing inside them. They had crystal cores to store divine energy. adding the fact that they could learn and develop faster. Besides, those beast kings had one or two divine skills that were powerful or mysterious. Su Ping was happy after catching 3 beast kings. He didn't even want to sell them. After all, the 3 beast kings were much better than the ones he had previously found on the blue planet. He was even reluctant to sell them to others. It's such a shame I still can't sign a contract with Void State Beast Kings. Su Ping felt sorry. He had mastered the small 5 elements formation during the 10-day period, and he switched to cultivating whenever he had spare time. He wondered if he had experienced too many heavens tests or whether he had done something else, but he still couldn't take the final step, even while having enough astral powers inside him. I thought the turning point had to do with the heavens test. Su Ping was confused. He was unable to sense when his own heavenly test would arrive. It meant that he wasn't going to reach the legendary rank anytime soon. However, when he made use of people's tests, he had been able to feel how the thunders and bolts of lightning were manifested, emerging from the void. That splendor and magnificence had amazed him. And yet, he no longer felt a thing during the testing, even while being at the peak of the 9th rank. He asked Joanna to find more people who were about to take the test so he could try it, but he lost that feeling forever. He had turned numb. Have I become immune to the heavens test? Su Ping feared that he had become desensitized after having gone through many heavens tests. Let's not forget that he had reached the 2nd level of the solar bulwark. His physical strength could already be compared to that of the fate state. The heavens test could barely harm him. I can't break through if I can't feel the calling right, Su Ping asked Joanna. He thought he could break through by making use of other people's tests. All heavens tests were essentially similar. You're right. Joanna eyed Su Ping as if the latter were a fool. If you achieve a breakthrough like this, not only could you do the same with the heavens test for the legendary rank, it could also be used for the star rank. But then there would be too many powerful people in the world if I could revive them like you can, and simply borrow the heavens test of the supreme god rank. Su Ping was speechless. Tell me, why can't I sense heaven's test? I'm at the proper stage, theoretically speaking, and the breakthrough should arrive as naturally as drinking water and eating. Who knows, maybe you need something else, Joanna shrugged. Su Ping made no reply. Never mind. Success will arrive once the conditions are ripe. He asked for a bunch of materials to lay the small 5 elements formation, and then went back to the store with Joanna. Another day in real life had passed. Su Ping was startled after sensing that there were merely 1 or 2 titled battle pet warriors across the street. He pushed the door open and went out at once. Have the wild beasts arrived? Su Ping asked at once. 2 elders of the Qin family were pointing at something depicted on the sand table. Su Ping's question startled them. They bowed to him at once and one of them answered, Mr. Su, I heard you were cultivating in your store. The wild beasts have indeed made a move, but our base city was not affected. The crisis befell in the Xinjiang defense line. The Xinjiang defense line. Yes, the Longjing base city was seriously attacked this morning. I heard that over 100 titled warriors and 2 legendary warriors have died. The other elder answered. Chapter 657, Base Cities as the Formation. The Longjing base city, Su Ping mumbled to himself. He had been paying attention to the other base cities ever since he found out that there was an entrance to the deep caves in the Longyang base city. If his guess was right, there was also an entrance to the deep caves in Longjing. So the starting point of the strike was the entrance to the deep caves. Did the strike begin inside the base city or from the outside? Su Ping asked the 2 Qin family elders. Inside, that is what I heard, one of them said. That was to be expected. The wild beasts were coming out from the deep caves. The odd thing was, he had barely seen any wild beasts when he was inside the deep caves. They must have been hiding somewhere in the caves. Su Ping was worried. He wondered if Li Yuanfeng and the others were fine. It was unfortunate that he had no space swallowers and couldn't contact Li Yuanfeng. Where is Qin Du Huang? Su Ping asked. He's patrolling the outer wall. Do you need to talk to him? We can call him for you. It's okay, I'm just asking. Su Ping looked at the sand table. Those base cities had been marked on the sand table, and Longjing wasn't far off. There were 3 base cities between Longjing and Longjiang. It would only take 30 minutes to arrive by riding a common 9th-rank bird. Longyang Base City, Longjing Base City, both names start with Long. Su Ping shook his head. Something caught his attention all of a sudden. He looked at the sand table again, and something seemed to be off. Of all the base cities of the subcontinent district, over a dozen had a name starting with Long. When looking at the base cities with the Long prefix, Su Ping suddenly realized that those base cities were actually forming the shape of a 5-pointed star. There were actually 2 5-pointed stars. The overlapping stars revealed 10 points. Some base cities around the 2 5-pointed stars were like supporting structures. Su Ping was no longer a green hand when it came to formations. He had studied formations with Joanna for more than 20 days, having mastered the small 5 elements formation. He noticed how the base cities had created a formation. The supporting structures were normally used to stabilize the formation and to provide energy to the formation. However, he was able to recognize the formation type. Am I wrong, or is it plain overthinking? Wait a minute. Su Ping suddenly remembered the Otherworld Heavenly King. It had first sent Beast Kings to attack the Longjiang base city, and then the Heavenly King made an appearance. It wasn't a hunting mission. Su Ping believed that the Otherworld Heavenly King was trying to find some things in the Longjiang base city back then. Or something in the Longjiang base city was appealing to the Heavenly King. Longjiang seemed to be one of the supporting structures. The Longjiang base city was not part of the 10-point star. There were 6 supporting stars. 6 supporting stars are scattered around the 10-point star. There are entrances to the deep caves in Longyang and Longjing, but not in the Longjiang base city. There's one in Longlan, which is a Class B base city. I don't think this is a coincidence. Su Ping blinked. He decided to take the sand table to Joanna. It was highly likely that she'd be able to recognize the formation. I'll be borrowing this, Su Ping said. Although surprised, the 2 Qin family elders didn't stop Su Ping. They could get another one. He picked up the sand table and went back to his store so that he could show Joanna. Take a look, what formation is this? Su Ping asked Joanna. He had highlighted the base cities, which had the Long prefix in their names with astral powers. Joanna looked at it, and then she appeared to have been amazed. The Heaven Lock. A formation indeed. Su Ping's mind was weighed down. What type is it? Some sort of sealing formation. Something like that, but the formation is not sealing any life forms but heaven itself. What? Su Ping didn't understand. Back at the Celestial Star, he had learned from the Golden Crow's chief elder about existences related to heaven, the Heaven Master. The Heaven Masters could destroy over 100 blue planets with one stomp, and could even flatten the entire Federation. Still, Joanna said that the formation had been used to seal heaven within. Joanna gazed at him. I think you might have misunderstood me. I mean the tangible heaven and earth. What? Well, this is a sealing formation that affects space. Once the seal is opened, both the heaven and earth sealed inside would be revealed. The blue planet would grow. The planet's potential growth is dependent on how much heaven and earth had been sealed. Joanna continued, I didn't know that this small planet of yours was keeping that many secrets. The one who set up this heaven lock probably wanted to loot astral powers. He or she was surely trying to contain all the astral powers in that area so that he or she could enjoy the astral powers alone. I don't know whether the astral powers have already been absorbed by someone else, but if not, all the astral powers across the entire blue planet will be more profound, and you'll have more powerful humans and beasts alike. Su Ping was surprised. Gee, someone used over a dozen base cities to build a heaven lock, just so that he or she could enjoy the astral powers alone. Which rank would this person or being have to be able to build this formation? Su Ping asked. Building formations is not strict when it comes to ranks. Legendary Fate State Warriors, as you call them, can build this heaven lock and the small 5 elements formation. It would only take them more effort. Those at the star rank can build those formations with more ease. However, I don't think those at the star rank would want a small portion of astral powers. I suppose the builder was most likely at the Fate State. Su Ping nodded. The builder of the formation surely had something to do with the construction of more than a dozen base cities. Some base cities had been recently built while others, like Longyang and Longjing, had been put together over 1,000 years before. No wonder the otherworld Heavenly King would pay us a visit. It must have been thinking about destroying the heaven lock so that the astral powers could be unleashed. That way, the wild beasts around the world would enjoy a boost of strength, which would help them encroach on human lands. I bet the Heavenly Kings were actually trying to devour the astral powers themselves, Su Ping mumbled to himself. The statement made sense. The otherworld Heavenly King had shown up in the flesh, just so that it could destroy the formation and enjoy the stored astral powers. 1,000 years ago was the first master of the tower the actual builder. Su Ping thought of the possibility. He decided he would have to ask Zai Jinshui. The mayor had to know more about Longjiang's history. Do you know how to build and deactivate the heaven lock? Teach me, Su Ping said to Joanna. He didn't mind opening the formation to unleash the astral powers himself. He could take the astral powers. Other battle pet warriors could have a share if there was too much of it. The wild beasts would grow, of course, but humans would find reaching the legendary rank much easier. This is a 3rd-rank formation, as easy as the small 5 elements formation, Joanna said. That formation was merely child's play for her. You just have to destroy the 6 supporting stars, which is the most common approach. There are 2 special methods. First, you can use the power of rules and enter the sealed space directly to destroy it from within. The second method is to build 3 additional supporting stars, thus revering the formation. Joanna added, you would have to be at the star rank if you wanted to try the first special method. As for the second, you would have to build 3 base cities, which would be more possible for you. I'll tell you where to build the 3 supporting stars and how. Su Ping clicked his tongue. Such an extraordinary formation seemed to be a piece of cake for her. He knew that some of the 3rd-rank formations could be strong enough to directly kill those at the star rank. You're a good employee, Su Ping exclaimed. Joanna had helped him greatly. I am glad you know that. I've developed swordplay that contains the power of rules, and I can cut open the void with it. Can I enter the sealed space with this? Su Ping was curious. If he was able to enter the sealed space with the help of the void sword, he would have the chance to consume the astral powers which had been accumulating for 1,000 years. He had reached a bottleneck in his rank, but the Chaos Star chart was miraculous enough. It allowed him to continue absorbing astral powers. If he could consume more astral powers, and since a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change, he trusted that he would be able to reach the legendary rank even without the heavens test. Swordplay. Joanna looked at him. You're still a mortal being who has not yet reached the legendary rank. Have you truly started to understand rules? Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't think I'm a trophy boy just because I'm handsome, Su Ping answered. Joanna, that is not what I meant, she sneered. I know what you meant. How about I show you? Su Ping asked. Sure, I want to see. Joanna still had doubts. She knew that Su Ping was powerful, but rank limits were also true. She was fine accepting that Su Ping was able to compete against one at the Fate State. Talents like him did exist. But a mortal being mastering the power of rules. He would be as talented as I am. That reincarnated version of her original self carried the memory of her previous lives, including the understanding of rules and principles. That was why she could use a large number of secret skills. Boom! Su Ping lifted his hand and the sword appeared in his grasp. He slashed. The void was torn open. Destruction. Annihilation. Joanna saw a dark mark in space. She could see through the crack and into the many layers of space inside. She narrowed her eyes. That's the power of rules. She felt that. You? Su Ping asked, can I cut the formation open with this? Joanna gradually came back to her senses. No, you'd have to be proficient in using the power of rules to break the formation. Your usage is still crude and not nearly enough. Joanna forced a bitter smile. Even though Su Ping was still far from being an expert, she already found the situation terrifying. This guy is a monster. Su Ping was disappointed since Joanna had confirmed that it wasn't enough. She had to be telling the truth. He had never doubted her. So the only thing I can do is to build 3 base cities to reverse the formation or to destroy 6 base cities, and the latter is obviously not possible. Su Ping shook his head. He couldn't destroy their base city, or any other base city for that matter. He then decided not to linger on that topic. He returned the sand table to the Qin family. The task at hand was to deal with the beast strike. He would revisit the heaven-locked topic with Joanna in the future. He went to the west segment of the city wall. There he saw many battle pet warriors instructing their battle pets to help them move weapons and devices around. The Longjing base city was under attack, and the wild beasts could later spread to Longjiang. They had to be ready. Su Ping went to see Qin Duhuang and asked about the situation in Longjing. The Xinjiang defense line had excluded the Longjiang base city, but that was only the tower's decision. Su Ping didn't loathe the base cities. They didn't ask us for help. The titled warriors from the base cities in the Xinjiang defense line and the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower are hurrying over to Longjing. I heard that they have only lost 5 legendary battle pet warriors. Qin Duhuang told Su Ping about the frustrating updates. They were all humans. Honor one and you honor them all. Qin Duhuang didn't want to see the Longjing base city fall. 5 legendary battle pet warriors have died. Su Ping frowned. Legendary battle pet warriors should have enough power to stand on their own and they could help each other. However, 5 had already passed away. That was definitely not good. The defensive line was useless, if not even the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower were able to stop the beast strike. The other 11 base cities which were part of the defensive line would also be in danger. Those base cities had even accepted relocated population. The defense line had a population of over 1 billion. I'll go there if the situation is urgent, Su Ping said. Qin Duhuang looked at him. But the Xinjiang defense line excluded us. My grudge is with the decision makers, not with the public. The people in the base cities are innocent, Su Ping said. Qin Duhuang expressed his admiration. Mr. Su, you have my respect. Su Ping waved his hand. He wasn't trying to prove how generous he was. He was simply unwilling to see that many people suffer. Right then his phone rang. XXMR Su. It was Venerable the Blade's voice. Mr. Su, can you come to the Longjing base city? Chapter 658, he arrived. How is Longjing doing? Having been alerted about the situation, Su Ping remained composed. Mr. Su, do you know about the Longjing base city? Venerable the Blade said at once. The base city has fallen into the enemy's hands. A surge of beasts came from the deep caves. They came prepared. We've already detected 40 or 50 beast kings. Qin Duhuang heard that. He narrowed his eyes in fear. 40 or 50 beast kings. He could even picture how those mountain-like beast kings were wreaking havoc in the Longjing base city. It would be difficult for some base cities to deal with dozens of 9th-rank beasts, let alone dozens of beast kings. We discussed the situation. We're planning to trap the beast kings in the Longjing base city and use the existing assault formation to contain them. We may not be able to kill them all, but we will have the chance to push them back into the deep caves at the very least. Otherwise, those beast kings could get out and merge with other wild beasts. That could be detrimental to base cities that are still relocating. Venerable the Blade asked Su Ping for a favor. Mr. Su, I know what you can do. A legendary battle pet warrior at the ocean state like me cannot even compare with you. Could you come here and lend a hand? I know that the tower has mistreated you with the defense line arrangement, but the general public is innocent. Yes, I'll be there, Su Ping said before Venerable the Blade could finish. He could feel how sorry and embarrassed the latter was. Being a friend, he would help and make things easier for Venerable the Blade. Take care, hang in there, I'll be there, Su Ping repeated. Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade had thought that persuading Su Ping would be a difficult task, but he had already agreed before he got to the begging part. Venerable the Blade bit his teeth and clenched his fists. The new legendary warrior gazed into the distance. People were shouting and the beasts were roaring. The legendary battle pet warriors were hurrying here and there. Venerable the Blade was full of complex feelings. He didn't know why the tower was acting toward Su Ping with such hostility. They couldn't set their prejudice aside even at this time. On the other hand, Su Ping was the bigger man. Venerable the Blade took a deep breath and shook those ideas away. He was determined. He would quit the tower once everything ended. That was not the tower he desired to be part of. You're going? Qin Duwang asked Su Ping. He was worried. Su Ping was the base city's cornerstone. Qin Duwang was at the legendary rank, but he knew the limits of his abilities. He had acquired his beast kings through Su Ping. He believed that the latter's battle pets would only be more powerful. Besides, Su Ping had ousted creatures like the otherworld Heavenly King. He couldn't even tell how stronger Su Ping had become. And yet, there was one thing he did know. He couldn't protect the base city by himself if Su Ping left. This time, the beast strike was definitely not a common one. A strike with 7 or 8 beast kings would have caught the attention of the entire world in the past. However, strikes of such severity were commonplace in recent days. Many base cities had fallen to such beast strikes. Many people, young and old, female and male, had lost their lives to the wild beasts. I won't be there for long. Don't worry, Su Ping comforted Qin Duhuang. He thought for a moment and summoned the dark dragon hound. This pet would always act like a kid when around Su Ping. Still, it had become a fierce battle pet after having gone through countless rounds of deaths. Even Qin Duhuang felt stressed around the dark dragon hound. I'll leave my battle pet here. Call me if anything happens and I'll come back right away. The dog will help you in the meantime, Su Ping said. Qin Duhuang gazed at the battle pet. It was a sort of mix between a wolf and a dog with the tail and scales of a dragon. It was like a veteran that had survived fierce battles. You are leaving your battle pet here. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go there like this? Qin Duhuang was concerned. A group made of dozens of beast kings should never be underestimated. If those beast kings were intelligent, they could work together. That could be even more destructive. It's okay, I have other buddies, Su Ping said. He patted the dark dragon hound's head and told it what to do. The dark dragon hound barked unhappily. Su Ping said grumpily, stay here and guard my home. Don't loaf on the job. You won't like what I'd do to you if the city is breached. The dark dragon hound barked. Not wasting any time, Su Ping summoned the inferno dragon, hopped onto one of its shoulders and flew away. Longjing Base City. Roar! Roar! The beast roars resounded, and the flames of war were raging. The entire base city had fallen. The residential buildings and the landmark skyscrapers had collapsed during the battles. The base city had been reduced to a heap of rubble. The beast kings were causing damage everywhere. Some of them would lift buildings more than 20 stories high and throw them at the battle pet warriors. The building would break, revealing the supporting rebars. The ground shook and the sewers were exposed. Many wild beasts were traveling in the sewers. Some corpses were dangling from the mouths of wild beasts. Their arms were swinging back and forth. Come on, hurry. Use the iron wall to stop them. Do we have reinforcements? Men down. The battle pet warriors were risking their lives. Some of them had lost their limbs, and some had been smashed from the waist down. The heavily mauled battle pet warriors were dragged out of the battleground. Some battle pets also fell, forming pools of blood. Wild beasts rushed over and stomped the battle pets' heads before they could be treated. The battle pet warriors felt their hearts ache as they saw their battle pets die. Slaughter blood screams. Surrounded by the gunfire and cries of misery, some of the weaker-willed battle pet warriors were shaking, while some of the more courageous battle pet warriors felt their blood surge. The latter would try their best to kill as many wild beasts as they could. Damn it, there are too many of them. Lord Nye, we should leave. We are losing ground here. Several legendary battle pet warriors were floating in the sky with Lord Nye placed in the middle. They had been searching for beast kings to kill. Those creatures weren't stupid. Some of them beast kings had gotten too excited in the beginning and strayed from the herd, ending up dying. The surviving beast kings did the smart thing and stayed together. It had become difficult for the legendary battle pet warriors to resist groups of beast kings launching coordinated attacks. Each legendary battle pet warrior had 3 to 5 beast kings, but their pets were much weaker when compared to the beast kings from the deep caves, even when they were at the same rank. Those wild beast kings would fight like crazy. On the other hand, the beast king battle pets had been captured either outside or inside the deep caves. For the latter, warriors would have to ask friends to find the beast kings for them in the deep caves. Either way, the tamed beast kings had stayed with them for too long and had lost some edge after living on velvet. Those legendary battle pet warriors would only practice with their pets in ways that wouldn't inflict any substantial harm. Their battle pets had never risked their lives. After all, those legendary battle pet warriors would mostly choose to escape whenever they encountered real danger. They would go back to the tower and then win by resorting to numbers. Why would they risk their own lives? After all, getting hurt or getting their battle pets hurt would cost them a fortune in medical bills. Their lives would be ruined if they were unlucky and suffered injuries with possible sequelae. We would all die here, and we would still be unable to stop them. Those damn beasts, there are even more wild beast kings coming. There's no end to this. I think we should give up this place. We can come back and finish them one by one after the wild beasts and beast kings begin to leave the base city. It's too hard for us right now, the legendary battle pet warriors said anxiously. Some of their battle pets had been wounded. They weren't happy about that. For one thing, treating their pets' injuries would be expensive. For another, training those beast king pets was difficult. After all, there were barely 3 Holy Spirit trainers in the entire globe. Training beast kings was impossible for the 9th-rank top trainers. They would be threatened by the beast kings instead. The tranquilizers used to subdue 9th-rank beasts would be ineffective on beast kings. Lord Nye, we cannot leave. One of the legendary battle pet warriors worked up the courage and suggested otherwise. Those beast kings have a plan. They came out so suddenly that none of the alarms went off. It was an ambush. Beast kings were still working together, even outside the Longjing base city. They had a leader and an agenda. Venerable the Blade, what are you suggesting? Do you want us to be killed here so that the wild beasts can go to other base cities? Our lives are precious. We have to live to save more people. He's right. You've just reached the legendary rank. We don't blame you for not seeing the bigger picture just yet. The other legendary battle pet warriors were furious. Staying till the end. They would if they could. After all, it would add to their honor if they succeeded. They could later say they had finished their job, but judging by the current situation, they had decided that the sacrifice was too heavy. The old man with gray hair shouted, "Shut up." The others stopped talking. Lord Nye, we can ask for reinforcements and we can borrow some legendary battle pet warriors from other base cities. We can't give this place up. Venerable the Blade stressed. If they gave up this place, they would leave behind a gaping breach in their defense line. The other base cities would fall under the hooves of the wild beasts. Give up once and they would give up twice. By then, not only would the Longjing base city be doomed, but the entire Xinjiang defense line. Maybe those legendary battle pet warriors could help relocating 1 or 2 base cities, while the wild beasts were focused on the Xinjiang defense line. But what about the other base cities? The population was over 1 billion. What are you talking about? Borrowing help from other defense lines. Do you know how few of us there are? What if the other defense lines were in crisis because they came to help us? A legendary battle pet warrior with golden hair and green eyes shouted. He was a legendary battle pet warrior from another continent who had been assigned to that place. Right, casualties would rise if we put the other defense lines in danger because of this one base city. The other legendary battle pet warriors disagreed with Venerable the Blade, and they did not like him. Venerable the Blade was the weakest of them all. He had just reached the legendary rank and only had one Beast King. They, on the other hand, had several Beast Kings each. Although all of them were at the ocean state, they were much better than Venerable the Blade. Roared. The ground suddenly shook. A Beast King that looked like a mammoth ran over and smashed away another Beast King. As soon as the second Beast King fell to the ground, many spikes grew out from the surface and vines entangled the Beast King. The spikes had made the Beast King bleed. Lord Nye turned pale. The Beast King was his battle pet. It was a Beast King at the ocean state. Nevertheless, it had been heavily wounded. Retreat, Lord Nye squeezed the word out of his mouth. He didn't want to leave. He would prefer to stay if he could. Retreating would mean that his job had failed, and the tower had expressed that he had to stay and guard the base city no matter what. And yet, he could not. He preferred going back to face the punishment. He believed his leaders would not behave too strictly with him, given the situation. Lord Nye. Venerable the Blade was losing patience. If we leave. Stop talking. You can stay and cover our retreat. Don't give the wild beasts a chance to go after us. Lord Nye glared at Venerable the Blade coldly. Venerable the Blade became devoid of color. He was both angry and stunned. Help, help, we're losing it. Some battle pet warriors were shouting and crying. They only had a dozen battle pets left and each was currently wounded. They could fall at any time. Some battle pets were so weak that they could barely lift their paws. Still, standing behind them were their masters, and their masters had given the command. They were afraid, but they couldn't step back. Some battle pets were trembling at the prospect of death. Roared. Dozens of battle pet warriors were behind those pets, which in turn were led by a titled battle pet warrior. They had stayed as an attempt to stop the wild beasts. All of a sudden, a huge shadow was cast over the crowd. A Beast King. The battle pet warriors could not believe that a Beast King was coming for them. Desperation. The presence of the Beast King had thrown them into desperation. The titled battle pet warrior came back to his senses. He had noticed that a group of legendary battle pet warriors was flying away from them. Were they going to support other places? But those legendary battle pet warriors ignored them. The leader felt hopeless. They could not fight a Beast King. Run. There's nowhere to run. Roared. A certain organ inside the Beast King was stimulated as it uttered a cry. No one could see the Beast King's mouth, but something like a hand came crashing down right on the crowd of battle pet warriors. The light had been blotted out. All hope was lost. However, they suddenly heard a shrill noise coming from the distance. Boom! The hand froze as if something had stopped it. The hand then began to swell, and then it exploded. Blood rained down. Standing in front of the hand was a young man. His fist was golden and his eyes were cold. He crushed that hand with a punch. Chapter 659, Slay. The battle pet warriors would never forget that. Shocking. The young man who was standing amid the settling dust was like a god. After a moment of silence, everyone heard a shrill cry of pain across the battleground. The Beast King's other limbs held the mangled arm, and the Beast King was crying. It was summoning the other Beast Kings nearby. That cry was so loud that many battle pet warriors elsewhere had noticed. Venerable the Blade, who was on his way to help the group of battle pet warriors, stopped all of a sudden. He stared at the back of the man. That man looks familiar, he's here. Venerable the Blade felt a spread of warmth. He clenched his fists and bit his teeth. Roared. The Beast King with the disabled arm roared at Su Ping to intimidate him. This damn human. The Beast King felt threatened by Su Ping, but it wasn't alone. It had friends. As the Beast King finished its roar, the rage-filled roar from a dragon was heard from behind Su Ping, outside the base city. The sky turned red. A ball of fire was approaching. The flames were twisting the air. The creature was flying faster than the speed of sound. That was a dragon surrounded by flames. Even though it was merely dozens of meters tall, much smaller than those Beast Kings, the dragon was more intimidating than them. That dragon's roar was much louder than the Beast King's roar. The Beast Pet could not accept the fact that some wild animal was bellowing at Su Ping. The Beast King that was confronting Su Ping stepped back as the dragon approached. The dragon's roar even made the Beast King tremble. Another beast. No, I think it is someone's battle pet. No Beast King should be coming from that side. The battle pet warriors were stunned by the dragon's roar. Even though the dragon wasn't going after them, they still felt their blood freeze. They felt they could be torn apart by the dragon at any time. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to kill the Beast King immediately. Since time was pressing, Su Ping had teleported over moments before. That Beast King was merely at the ocean state. It wasn't a worthy opponent for him. Feeling Su Ping's killing intent, the Inferno Dragon cried to the sky and the flames surged even higher. In an instant, the dragon became the most dazzling creature. The Beast Pet opened its mouth and breathed out a column of fire. Boom! The column of fire reached the Beast King across the distance. The Beast King swiftly raised many stone walls. That was a legendary rank skill, crystal iron. Some of the forbidden areas in Class A base cities were protected with crystal iron. Using bombs to blast crystal iron walls open was useless, even after going at it for a whole hour. However, bang! The many crystal iron walls collapsed, unable to resist the column of fire. The fire melted the crystal iron and landed on the Beast King like a fist of fire. Wisps of smoke billowed. The fire burned a hole through the Beast King's body, revealing white bones. The high temperature had scorched the flesh and the Beast King's blood was boiling. Hearing that cry of pain, the battle pet warriors were stunned and thrilled. It was a powerful skill. That Beast King was overwhelmed. Roar, roar! 3 Beast Kings snarled from a distance. The ground shook as the 3 behemoths rushed to wounded Beast King's aid. They eyed Inferno Dragon with a mix of hatred and fear. The Inferno Dragon felt different. They sensed that the dragon's rank was not as high as theirs, but the dragon's presence spoke of terror. Not again. Those Beast Kings are indeed working together. Damn it! Many battle pet warriors turned pale upon witnessing such a sight. They would have stood a chance if those Beast Kings were fighting separately, because they were human and they could cooperate. However, the fact was that those Beast Kings were not in a state of disunity. The human side had lost all of its advantages. Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade approached Su Ping. He expressed his appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade was still struggling with complex feelings. He turned to the 3 Beast Kings and said determinedly, "Let's do this together." Su Ping refused calmly, "We don't have to." Venerable the Blade, who was ready to charge, came to a sudden stop and eyed Su Ping with confusion. The next second, Venerable the Blade felt some sparks of electricity in the air. There was a destructive power coming from behind him. Venerable the Blade felt a chill running down his spine. He was drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if the fire was going to melt him. Venerable the Blade turned around warily. He heard a dragon's long cry. It was the Inferno Dragon. The beast flapped its wings and released the flames. Electricity sparks were dancing around all over its wings and scales. A ball of fire, as well as lightning, was being formed in the Inferno Dragon's mouth. The energy of destruction came from the ball. Roar! The Inferno Dragon threw the ball. That energy ball broke through the void and flew toward the Beast Kings. While the Inferno Dragon was still preparing a skill, the Beast Kings had already felt danger, so they raised their guard. The Beast Kings unleashed some defense skills before the Inferno Dragon threw away the ball of destruction. Dark Soul Guard. Protection of thunder. Earth prey. 3 legendary rank defense skills of different types came into being. Glows of energy were shining with radiance behind the Beast Kings. They wanted to cut off the Inferno Dragon's strike. Many invisible blades approached the Inferno Dragon, but they were destroyed before they could hit the target. There was an invisible dragon armor around the Inferno Dragon. It was the Inferno Dragon's inborn skill, one that could make sure nothing would disrupt it. Boom! Some energy masses bumped into the ball of fire and thunder. It was as if a nuclear bomb would have been detonated in the air, the sand and stones flying. However, nothing could block the Inferno Dragon's ball of destruction. Against all hindrances, the ball of destruction smashed into the defensive layers set up by the 3 Beast Kings. The ground was shaking yet again. Some smashed cars that lay by the ruins were smashed away. It was a scene similar to an erupting volcano. Many battle pet warriors who had yet to reach the titled rank were still out there. The shaking ground terrified them. They thought the base city was going to be turned upside down. That was how a battle between Beast Kings was like. It was earth-shaking. One Beast King, if committed, could easily flatten one base city, not to mention that several Beast Kings were attacking as if in a brawl. Boom! The 3 defensive layers were broken. A smoke mushroom rose to the sky, and the noise was deafening. The Beast Kings were bleeding, which was a sign of their serious wounds. Venerable the Blade was startled. He had seen that dragon when he first became acquainted with Su Ping. The dragon was at the 7th rank back then. He thought the dragon was Su Ping's watchdog, more like a watch dragon. However, the dragon had grown quite fast in a matter of months, and its combat strength had reached the void state. No wonder Su Ping was willing to sell those Beast Kings he had. Compared to the Beast King Su Ping sold, that dragon was rare. After everything was settled down, the other battle pet warriors finally gasped. One move and the 4 Beast Kings had been wounded at the same time. What is that dragon? The battle pet warriors regained their morale. They were once again able to see hope. Kill them. Follow my lightning horn tiger, and let's guard the 6th Avenue. Many battle pet warriors started to target the stray wild beasts close by. Many wild beasts had lost the courage to fight due to the intimidating presence of the Inferno Dragon. They began to take detours, seeking a breakthrough elsewhere. Su Ping took a glance and said, "How many legendary battle pet warriors died?" he asked with a frown. 6, Venerable the Blade answered with a heavy mind. 5 are injured. Their battle pets are still here. This strike became all too ferocious. The city would have been breached if it weren't for you. Su Ping nodded. You don't have a void state warrior. Venerable the Blade didn't look happy. Yes, we do. Lord Nai is in charge of the place. He is at the void state legendary rank, and the tower sent him here to take care of the Xinjiang defense line. Where is Lord Nai? Dead? No. Venerable the Blade was surprised by the bold attitude, but the things that happened moments before had emboldened Venerable the Blade. They gave up this place. They decided to leave. What? Su Ping was surprised. His face was clouded. He had hurried over from Longjiang to help. It later turned out that the people in charge had decided to retreat. Retreat? With so many wild beasts running about, retreating would only lead to more casualties. They're turning their backs to the wild beasts. They were courting to death. Where are they? Are they gone already? Su Ping looked around. The huge mess left after the battle made it impossible to detect the presence of any legendary battle pet warriors at the void state. Venerable the Blade also looked around. Since he couldn't see Lord Nai, Venerable the Blade was certain that they must have packed up and left. He was livid with rage. Since Su Ping was present, and if Lord Nai stayed, winning was a possibility, but Lord Nai ran away. I will go and find them. We cannot give this base city up. Venerable the Blade bit his teeth. He took out his phone. Beep beep, the call ended. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Su Ping curled his lips. How amusing. Never mind. We'll find them later. Let's go and help, Su Ping said. The presence of even one more legendary battle pet warrior could greatly decrease the casualties of battle pet warriors. He had the chance to save thousands with one more move. Time was pressing. It wasn't the time to point fingers. I'll be leaving this place to you, Su Ping said. He opened up a swirl. Eerie and cold energy oozed out from within. It was as if some horrifying creatures would have been peeping outside. Venerable the Blade felt his blood freeze. A mundane creature came out from the swirl. It was the little skeleton. Time to get some work done. Su Ping smiled. Venerable the Blade widened his eyes and stared at the little skeleton in disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that he was there in person, he would have never believed that the sense of death he had felt was from the little skeleton. He had taught the little skeleton once. At the moment, he believed that the little skeleton could kill him at any time. That was what his instincts told him. The little skeleton looked at Venerable the Blade and then looked away. It seemed that the little skeleton didn't remember Venerable the Blade well. The little skeleton slowly merged with Su Ping with a surge of dark mist. Su Ping turned into a devil once he merged with the white bones on his body. Powerful energy surged into him and Su Ping's eyes glowed in. He dashed out. Bang! Bang! He could cover tens of thousands of meters every time he teleported. He had soon reached a Beast King that was destroying some buildings. Standing in front of the Beast King was a group of battle pet warriors. Their numbers were close to 100. They were trying to set up a defense to stop the Beast King. That group of battle pet warriors would suffer great losses with each confrontation. Some of them had coughed out blood. They looked colorless. Roared. When the Beast King was about to smash into the group of battle pet warriors again, all of a sudden, a figure had arrived. Time stopped. Then bang, the figure vanished. The Beast King lifted its hooves, but before the Beast King was able to stomp on the battle pet warriors, the Beast King fell to the ground. Its head was then cracked open. Boom! The fall of the behemoth was like the collapse of a skyscraper. Surrounding dilapidated buildings broke down even more. The battle pet warriors in the group stood in a complete daze. What? Chapter 660, Instant Kill. Whoosh! Su Ping didn't stop after punching that Beast King to death. He hurried over to another place where a Beast King was fighting against 3 groups of battle pet warriors. The sense of danger stimulated the Beast King. It roared out of instinct. A layer of dark armor emerged and covered the Beast King. It was the Beast King's inherent skill. The armor was quite sturdy, able to endure attacks from dragons of the same rank for several minutes. The other Beast Kings heard the cry for help and looked over. Boom! Su Ping dashed closer, decidedly punching the Beast King with full strength. The Beast King's dark armor caved in with a bang. Blood and flesh squeezed out from the cracks in the armor. Still, Su Ping didn't stop. He pushed his fist further into the Beast King. It was as if a mountain would have fallen onto the back of the Beast King. The ground trembled, and the Beast King was pushed to the ground. Whoosh! A thick wind arrow was discharged toward Su Ping from a distance. He was about to land another punch on the Beast King when he sensed the incoming attack. He turned around on the spot and landed the punch on the arrow. Boom! The air rippled. The arrow then broke to pieces. It had been shot by a creature that was dozens of meters long with a pair of butterfly wings. The Beast King was covered in strange, dark patterns. Its claws were hideous, and it had a mouth similar to a crab. Su Ping left behind the Beast King he had just beaten half to death. He reached the winged Beast King with 2 teleportations. Woo! The winged Beast King seemed able to anticipate Su Ping's movement. The Beast King generated a wave of a rare sonic blast at Su Ping. That sonic blast smashed the concrete and steel rebar into dust. Su Ping wasn't the least worried. He had merged with the little skeleton, and even if he wasn't, he could have easily stood the blast. Hurrah there! Su Ping roared. The moment he did so, clouds began to tumble in the void behind him. A huge skeleton appeared and roared together with Su Ping. Su Ping's roar dispersed the sonic blast. The winged Beast King was caught off guard. It began to bleed and its chest caved in. The Beast King collapsed on the ground at once. The battle pet warriors were stunned into silence. One roar and a Beast King fell. Who is that guy? Even Venerable the Blade was startled. He had always known that Su Ping was a powerful one, and his hunch was right about the young man. Still, what happened just then made him realize he had underestimated Su Ping. Not even a legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State could have done that. That is, unless it was a legendary battle pet warrior that focused on sonic blasts. If it was, but clearly, that was not Su Ping. That guy was a freak. After the roar ended, Su Ping glanced at the winged Beast King and slashed at it with a sword skill that combined lightning bolts and Ashura energy. He had integrated his understanding of the rules of lightning with the Sin Cutter. The creature wasn't even able to fight back. The cut landed on its head, utterly crushing it. There weren't even signs of breathing afterwards. Su Ping turned around and went to another place. He saw many ninth-rank wild beasts leading other weaker beasts. They were fighting against battle pet warriors. Su Ping generated bolts of lightning and smashed those wild beasts. Those bolts of lightning had combined the energy of the heavens tests. They also had a natural suppression against ninth-rank wild beasts. All those beasts were crushed as a result. Even the ninth-rank beasts died on the spot. The ones that were a little bit away from the stampede were lucky enough to survive. Su Ping was like a fighter plane streaking across the sky, the bolts of lightning being the bombs he unleashed. The wild beasts were rooted, buying some time for the battle pet warriors to catch their breath. Is he a legendary battle pet warrior? I don't remember seeing this man in that pre-war meeting. That is terrifying. Is that what a legendary battle pet warrior can do? It's amazing. I think this legendary battle pet warrior is more intimidating than the others. We would have already won if the others were like him. The battle pet warriors gazed at Su Ping, who was flying across the sky with admiration and respect. Even titled battle pet warriors were insignificant in a war like that. However, Su Ping had managed to become the man under the spotlight. He was able to control the forces of nature. At another section of the defense line, the noises were world-shaking. Everything had been ripped up, and no one could see what the place had once been like. All the buildings had collapsed to the ground. That was the most difficult section being contained by the defense line, because a large number of Beast Kings had been gathered at that point. Standing on one side of the defense line were dozens of Beast Kings. Several battle pet warriors were standing on the other side with their battle pets. Both sides were unleashing legendary rank skills of various kinds. The stone skills made the ground rumble, and the plant-related skills created swamps and odd vines. Fire was raining down from the sky, and the fireballs came crashing down. Clusters of chaotic energy were found everywhere. The radiation emitted by the chaotic energy was enough to kill ordinary advanced battle pet warriors directly. Some legendary battle pet warriors had suddenly heard someone approaching. They then saw a man quickly flying toward the defense line. The man had been able to teleport across the more peaceful zones. He would generate lightning bolts, and when he was flying past areas with a larger number of wild beasts. Blasting wild beasts with such a speed and frequency required a large reserve of energy. Common legendary battle pet warriors would have exhausted their astral powers by then. Some Beast Kings had tried to stop that man, but he would kill them with one punch. Who is that? Teleportation. Is it a void state warrior? That is not Lord Nai. Someone else is helping us. The legendary battle pet warriors shouted, openly showing their delight. They would have a chance to win with the help of a void state warrior. He is awesome. I think he is better than Lord Nai. The legendary battle pet warriors marveled at the fact that Su Ping was able to kill Beast Kings with a single blow. Nothing could slow him down. Not even Lord Nai was capable of that. The young man's actions were clean and neat. It was as if he weren't killing beast kings, but ninth-rank beasts instead. Roar! A beast king suddenly jumped out and displayed its anger. It was a starburst dragon covered in red scales, a void state beast king. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors and their beast king battle pets trembled after hearing the roar. Their blood froze and their brains buzzed. There were times that dragons were even able to knock out their enemies by using their roar or killing them directly. A Lord-level beast king, damn it. I cannot believe this. The other one was distracted by the Heaven Executor, but he hasn't returned yet. Hang in there, guys. That legendary battle pet warrior is coming. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were seized by a fit of despair, but the thought of that unknown man arriving to help boosted their confidence. Lord Nye and the Heaven Executor weren't there, but the newcomer was also at the void state. They could do this. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were unleashing astral powers while using their full strength. 2 of them had some questions in mind because they felt the man lending a hand looked somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him? In the meantime, the starburst dragon had charged forward, away from its group. The flames burning around its body were glorious. Even though the dragon was more skilled in close-quarter combat, it did not lack long-range strike skills. Of course, the wild dragon's most noticeable trait was its strong constitution, which was why dragons were famous. The legendary battle pet warriors turned pale as the dragon moved toward them. Charge! Stop it, we cannot let the dragon tier open our defense line. Boom boom! The legendary battle pet warriors tried all the skills they knew to stop the dragon, using special gravity fields or creating swamps, for example. The ground caved in, and a swamp as large as a football field appeared. Still, the starburst dragon vanished on the spot and reappeared right in front of the defense line. The dragon blotted the sky. It was glaring down at a Beast King battle pet from a height. That Beast King battle pet was a blazing crocodile that was powering that special gravity field. The dragon's sudden appearance caught the crocodile completely off guard, freezing on the spot. Chapter 661, A Game. Roar! The starburst dragon showed its fierce teeth and spat out filthy saliva all over the blazing turtle. Still, the blazing turtle didn't dare to make a move to avoid it. The crocodile was trembling as if it would have been caught doing something wrong. The dragon set its feet down. It was going to stomp the blazing turtle to death. The master of the blazing turtle was witnessing this taking place from a place close by. He became anxious once he saw that his battle pet had been intimidated to a degree that it had forgotten how to use defense skills. He urged his pet to do something through the communication bond of the contract. Boom! The blazing turtle suddenly retracted its limbs the moment the starburst dragon stomped on its body. There was a gray hue over its shell, etched with strange lines. However, that gray hue was immediately disrupted. The ground caved in and a heavy wind sprung into motion. There was a pit dozens of meters deep after the gust of wind moved past them and the dust settled. The blazing turtle was lying on its stomach inside the pit. Its 4 limbs were dangling outside its shell, and there was a hole in the chest section. The edge of the hole was melted and blood was oozing out. The turtle was barely breathing. The legendary battle pet warriors were stunned. That blazing turtle was the strongest in defense among all their battle pets, but it wasn't even able to withstand a blow from the starburst dragon. SHT, the master of the blazing turtle, swore. His eyes reddened, knowing that the strike was fatal. Most of the blazing turtle's internal organs had been melted, and its 3 hearts were torn. The blazing turtle would be declared dead unless a top healer showed up and took care of the blazing turtle right away. So this is what a void state dragon can do. I cannot believe this. There's nothing we can do, damn it. The other 4 legendary battle pet warriors turned pale. Their own pets would have already died if they were in the turtle's place. The starburst dragon looked up with a cold and violent gaze at the legendary battle pet warriors. But then, something distracted the dragon when it was about to strike them. Bang! The dragon saw the golden image of a fist coming toward it across space. The starburst dragon narrowed its eyes. Roaring, it waved its paws toward the incoming fist. There came a loud noise. The flames on the dragon's claw were dispersed and the beast stepped back, making the ground shake. The golden fist image vanished after making contact. A man emerged from the void during that moment of silence. He stood in front of the legendary battle pet warriors. Teleporting across such a distance, the legendary battle pet warriors were surprised by the sudden appearance of the void state young warrior. Two of the legendary battle pet warriors who thought the man looked familiar widened their eyes in astonishment. It's him, the freak who had killed a legendary battle pet warrior at the void state with one punch. The starburst dragon pierced Su Ping with its furious and doubtful looks. The dragon's claw was trembling. It knew perfectly well how intimidating that punch had been. "You are the only ones here," said Su Ping. The legendary battle pet warriors were startled to see him act so calm and composed in front of that dragon. What if the dragon snuck up on him? He could end up getting wounded. "Sir, the dragon is quite scary. We can work with you," the team leader said. All those battle pet warriors were at the ocean state rank, but the leader surpassed the others since he was at the peak of the rank. "Scary." Su Ping turned around and looked at the starburst dragon that was glaring at him. He chuckled. The dragon was indeed at the void state, but its combat strength was limited. It could not fight with those of a higher rank. The dragon's potential was not much to speak of. "Enough of that glare. Time to die," Su Ping announced calmly. He lifted his hand and put his fingers together like a sword. A wisp of darkness came into being at the tip of his fingers. Then he made a forward motion. That seemed to be quite the ordinary gesture, and there was no trace of energy behind it. But if one were to look carefully, Su Ping's fingertips were actually cracking space open. The starburst dragon was about to strike when it suddenly narrowed its eyes. The next second, before being able to do anything, the dragon's head moved. It fell. The cut on its neck was quite neat. Blood gushed out from the cut as the head fell. Only a small portion of blood had sprung out at first. Then, as if some hindrance had been removed, blood began to pour out. Bang! The dragon's body collapsed on the ground, stirring up dust clouds. Silence prevailed. The legendary battle pet warriors opened their eyes, so wide that their eyes almost popped out. That was beyond any reason and logic. That terrifying void state dragon died, just like that. Death came so quietly, and there was no struggle involved. They didn't even get to see how Su Ping had done it. What did just happen? Two of the 5 legendary battle pet warriors had seen Su Ping while in the tower, and knew he had killed a legendary battle pet warrior of the same rank. And yet, they were still at a loss for words after witnessing that weird and frightening event. This dragon should have had a better potential. Su Ping shook his head as he looked down at the dragon corpse. Without looking back, he said to the legendary battle pet warriors standing behind him, "Go and help out in the other places. I'll take care of the beast kings here." Huh? The legendary battle pet warriors were still processing the meaning of Su Ping's remarks. The next thing they saw was how Su Ping had teleported again, appearing right at the center of the beast kings group. Clang clang. Not all the beast kings were as vulnerable. They unleashed many long-range skills after detecting Su Ping's approach. Even a beast king would have been skinned alive by that many blasts of energy and explosions. However, Su Ping managed to keep teleporting. Just like a ghost able to appear and disappear mysteriously, Su Ping hopped around the field as it dealt with the beast kings. He would punch one beast king to death and stomp another with the same outcome. Su Ping was like a wolf in the midst of a flock of sheep. He was finishing the beast kings in a flash. That was not a battle for him, it was a game. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Is this a legendary battle pet warrior at the void state? No, he should be at the fate state. However, those in the tower who had a void state rank were usually in management positions. It was said that, Only the master and a mysterious old man living in seclusion inside the tower were at the Fate State rank. Is Su Ping that man living in seclusion? The two legendary warriors who had seen Su Ping at the tower knew that Su Ping was not at the Fate State. The two understood why the tower did not hold Su Ping accountable after seeing how Su Ping was killing the Beast Kings. Not even the tower master had intervened. He had most surely learned from many sources that the young man was out of the ordinary and decided not to provoke such a violent man. The massacring of Beast Kings attracted the attention of the people in other areas. Some war correspondents shifted their attention to the Beast Kings. Everyone received a nasty shock when they saw how the Beast Kings were dying at an alarming rate. The human side was at a disadvantage moments before, but then the tables were turned. Who was the legendary battle pet warrior killing the Beast Kings nonstop? Some war correspondents zoomed in with their cameras while trying to capture the legendary battle pet warrior's face, but Su Ping's movements were so fast it made this impossible. Still, there were times when the man would stop occasionally. Some war correspondents had been able to get a close-up shot. It was an aloof young man with dark hair and dark eyes. That close-up shot would be kept forever. If humans did have a chance at keeping a future for themselves, those close-up shots would surely be included in textbooks. After all, a disaster of such magnitude would certainly earn a place in history. The Beast Kings are being rooted. Oh my God, I see 809 dead Beast Kings. Look at him go, he's insane. Who's that legendary battle pet warrior? He's killing those Beast Kings as if mowing the lawn. This is what a legendary battle pet warrior should be like. The battle pet warriors gazed at the area where the Beast Kings were gathered. Despair was finally leaving their hearts. Inspired by what they saw, the battle pet warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Chapter 662, One Man Against Them All. Whoosh whoosh. Su Ping dashed around amid the crowd of Beast Kings, while covered in white bones. Slaying those Ocean State Beast Kings was like child's play to him. He had already been able to fight against the Otherworld Heavenly King, which was at the Fate State, when he was merely at the 7th rank, while merging with the little skeleton. The Heavenly King had probably not displayed all of its strength back then, but Su Ping did have the strength to punch those at the Void State to death at that time. He had recently broken through to the peak of the 9th rank and had attained Solar Bulwark's 2nd level. The understanding of all his skills had become more profound after his experience on the Celestial Star. Dealing with powerful enemies with the least effort. A human slaying Beast Kings. Dealing with the Starburst Dragon was already an easy task for him. He would have had to exert a great effort to kill a Void State battle pet warrior in the old days, let alone a dragon of a similar rank. How dare you leave the deep caves, go and rot in hell. Su Ping glared at the Beast Kings. One day, he would make the beasts know that the world of humans was off-limits to them. As Su Ping finished more and more Beast Kings, the ones that he had yet to attack were already scared out of their wits. Once he killed the Starburst Dragon, the remaining Beast Kings had already developed an urge to run for their lives. Su Ping went on and on, until the Beast Kings turned around and ran away at once. Humans were cheering while they saw this happen. The beasts were the ones cheering just moments before. Humans had been steadily losing ground, barely able to hold on. Wild beasts saw humans like cats saw mice. But then, everyone experienced how even the extremely arrogant Beast Kings would also tremble in fear and end up running for their lives. I knew it, I knew it. Far in the distance, Venerable the Blade was helping the other battle pet warriors in dealing with the 9th rank beasts. He felt his blood boil with excitement upon seeing Su Ping's gallant deeds. He always knew that Su Ping would exceed his expectations. Not even a Void State warrior would act as valiantly as Su Ping. He still remembered how he had visited Su Ping's store with Yuan Tianchen. It turned out that the latter had almost gotten himself killed by that golden-haired girl in Su Ping's store. Yuan Tianchen had only survived because he had managed to teleport away. Su Ping was an inscrutable enigma for Venerable the Blade. The Longjiang base city should be the safest place in the world. Lord Nai was blinded by his petty short-sightedness. Venerable the Blade thought. If Lord Nai had not meddled in the process, Longjiang would have been a part of the Xinjiang defense line. The moment Longjing was attacked, the Longjiang base city would have sent reinforcements over. Even the breathtakingly beautiful girl with golden hair in Su Ping's store would have been enough to handle all the wild beasts. They would have suffered less, and many people wouldn't have had to die. Venerable the Blade felt a pang in his heart as he looked at the collapsed buildings and the corpses that the wild beasts were stomping on. He decided to report the whole thing to the master of the tower once everything was over. He no longer cared if the Void State warriors would hold a grudge afterwards. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions lingered and the ground shook. No Beast King stood a chance. Su Ping took away their lives one by one. Defense skills, close combat, bloodline skills. No skill of any sort would work to withstand Su Ping's punches. Some Beast Kings tried to fight him, but Su Ping still managed to punch a hole in their bodies. That violence was a shocking sight. The Beast Kings were routed in less than 3 minutes. Yes, the area with Beast Kings was the most difficult one since the attack began. It was at the moment covered with beast corpses in a matter of minutes. Some of the Beast Kings were as large as buildings, and yet they were lying on the ground like mountains of flesh. Is that the place? I think that's an underground passageway to the deep caves. Su Ping stopped in mid-air. Many corpses lay disorderly around the broken steel and concrete structures. The large Beast King corpses were testimony to Su Ping's advantage, being a powerful yet smaller-sized human being. The Beast Kings were taken care of. Su Ping had noticed another area some distance away where Beast Kings were gathered, but he didn't detect the presence of any legendary battle pet warriors. Those Beast Kings were heading his way. He closed his eyes and basically pinpointed the locations of those Beast Kings by using his perception. 2 swirls appeared next to him. He summoned the purple python, and the void bug Su Ping had also trained the purple python during his stay on the celestial star. The purple python had become quite resistant to fire. It could basically become immune to fire if there was another chance to visit the celestial star. The purple python would become able to withstand any fire-related skill below the fate state. Of course, Beast Kings barely used any skills of a single sort. They would usually mix fire skills with lightning or spatial forces to increase their destruction power and hit rate. But generally speaking, the purple python was powerful enough to deal with Beast Kings at the ocean state. In addition, the purple python's constitution was also changing. While its strength remained at the peak of the 6th rank, its combat strength was close to the ocean state. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do with them, Su Ping said to the 2 battle pets. The purple python would technically be fine as long as the Beast Kings didn't surround them. As for the bug, it was an alien being that would even trouble the gods in the demigod burial. The bug had a special trait which allowed it to consume dead gods and excrete divine crystals. Its body was able to refine energy. Su Ping had done experiments. The bug would poop strange things when it ate some beasts. Of course, the bug would also discharge regular poop as well. Greenie, a name that Su Ping had given to the bug, was good at disguising and was able to protect itself very well. Therefore, Su Ping didn't worry about the 2. Greenie and the purple python charged toward the wild beasts with glee. In the meantime, Su Ping ran toward the Beast Kings that were going after him. 40,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Su Ping was soon welcomed by many long-range strikes. The Beast Kings felt Su Ping's presence, which enraged them even more. The onlookers started to get nervous after seeing that overwhelming spread of strikes. Those skills were enough to destroy half of the Longjing base city. The skills were enough to instantly flatten a Class C base city. The inhabitants wouldn't even have enough time to react. They would merely see how the sky would light up before the world reached its end. Boom! Dozens of strikes were shattered by Su Ping. A mess of disrupted energy was left in the air, raging all across the sky. The void was collapsing. Spatial cracks were seen in the area. Even an ocean state warrior would end up crushed by the turbulent air inside those void cracks. There was a swirl in which the air had collapsed into. Those beast kings knew that Su Ping was able to teleport, so they were locking the surrounding space, also making it fragile so that a legendary battle pet warrior of the void state was unable to teleport. Once Su Ping tried teleporting, he could be sucked into the turbulent air currents on a deeper level. Damn it! Is he going to be okay? Those beast kings sure are scheming. They're working together. I knew those beast kings had a plan. They're actually organized. Once they take over Longjing, they're going to take over the other base sites one by one and shift to the other defense lines. We're going to be in tons of trouble. Many people were anxious. Some of the titled battle pet warriors were worried. The other places would surely be affected once they lost that base city. The other two defense lines in the subcontinent district would also be destroyed. By then, the entire subcontinent district would fall. Phew! A sharp cone suddenly appeared from a puff of smoke. The smoke was pulled upward and then torn apart. A figure covered by golden light rushed out of the smoke. It was a person with a golden-colored glow. He was completely unharmed. The other battle pet warriors in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief and excitement. He did it. Su Ping did it. He had survived that bombardment. Even the 7th rank and 8th rank battle pet warriors were able to tell that Su Ping was much better than the beast kings. Hope. There was hope for them. They gazed at Su Ping with nervousness and anticipation. Roared. The beast kings were bellowing angrily. Some beast kings were appalled by the appearance of the man. This human is the actual monster. Many beast kings were thinking about withdrawing. However, the arrow had to fly once it was placed on the string. The beast kings still charged toward Su Ping as they launched another round of strikes. The first round had failed. Maybe the second round would succeed. Su Ping was obviously not planning on standing still to take on those attacks. He strode forward and teleported across tens of thousands of meters. He could already see the beast kings clearly after several teleportations. Su Ping was bombarded again. He lifted his hand and a golden fist image countered those strikes. Space rippled, leaving many cracks behind. Su Ping stepped out from that mess of turbulent energy and stomped his feet on a beast king right in front of him. The beast king was running over. It could produce an impact strong enough to destroy a mountain. However, Su Ping had stomped its head open. Blood gushed out. Without the control of its brain, inertia carried the beast king forward until it fell on the ground. The corpse pushed many rocks and boulders forward, clearing out a whole area. Su Ping vanished on the spot and reappeared in front of another beast king. He took out a sword and sliced open the many defensive layers protecting that beast king, which was bleeding badly at the moment. Compared to the beast kings, Su Ping was barely visible, but he was wreaking havoc wherever he went. The beast kings fell into disarray. Some of them weren't as good at close-quarter combat. Su Ping's swift and elusive actions made it impossible for them to react in time, resulting in many of them ending up badly mauled or killed. Roared. Air. A behemoth that looked like a tree was shouting. Its tree crown was made of flesh and blood, and below it were countless tentacles. There were many invisible traps around the Beast King. Su Ping would trigger the traps if he were to teleport to where the Beast King was, which could send him to a turbulent spatial area. Su Ping was able to tell that was their leader. He calmly readied his sword and slashed at the tree across the distance. Sin Cutter. He infused the sword with astral powers, and the vortices in his cells were spinning like crazy. Some beast kings tried to disrupt the ray of sword light before it reached the tree, but the attack was strong enough to sweep them away. The spatial traps around the tree were destroyed. The ray of sword light then disappeared into thin air. Bang! A deep cut appeared on the trunk of the tree. The edge of the cut was adorned with black flames. The arboreal beast king's roots went deep underground and they were sucking something as if there was blood down below. The cut was being healed. However, The dark flames would burn the newly grown flesh, and the cut became wider and wider. Blood and pus were oozing out. Without hesitation, Su Ping ran into the group of beast kings. PFF, PFF, PFF. He would kill or wound a beast king with each attack. The beast kings were in disorder due to the shock. Soon after, 7 or 8 beast kings had stopped breathing. The stronger ones only had one last breath left in them. Apart from Su Ping, no one else was making a sound. How marvelous! One man against all those beast kings, and he was winning. Most importantly, Su Ping wasn't relying on any battle pets. He had merged with one, but no other battle pets were assisting him. Who is this legendary battle pet warrior? Some battle pet warriors who didn't understand the legendary rank were perplexed. That day's battle had made them understand that legendary battle pet warriors could be very different. There was no doubt that Su Ping was one of the best legendary battle pet warriors. At the very least, he was the most powerful one they had ever seen. No one knew that Su Ping was still at the titled rank. Even Venerable the Blade was convinced that Su Ping had reached the legendary rank. As for the fact that he sensed Su Ping was at the titled rank, he still believed that Su Ping was somehow masking it. Combat strength was the most direct sign. The Beast Kings had been routed before anyone came back to their senses. The Beast Kings that had escaped from the deep caves were either dead or wounded. Su Ping didn't go after them. First, he killed the Beast Kings that he had just wounded, including the tree beast at the void state. Su Ping finished that tree with a second cut. Overwhelming, Su Ping was much more powerful than those Beast Kings. That was a fact. Su Ping didn't even know how strong his combat strength was. He just had a feeling that he might be able to hold his own against a star rank being. After all, he had combined the cut with the power of rules. That was something that only those at the star rank were able to do. Chapter 663, A Beast King of the Fate State. One man to change the situation. Su Ping's appearance had turned the tables. That was beyond anyone's view of legendary battle pet warriors. It turned out that a legendary battle pet warrior could be quite horrifying. That man was worthy of being called a legendary battle pet warrior. He was a legend. Whoosh! Su Ping didn't stop after killing those beast kings. He flew to the surrounding areas and discharged some bolts of lightning in the process, or launched sword attacks at the gathered wild beasts. Those wild beasts, intimidated by Su Ping's killing intent, started to run away. They gradually learned it was best not to stay together so that they wouldn't be killed together at once. The other battle pet warriors got their chance since the wild beasts were running in different directions. They charged at the wild beasts. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were less burdened thanks to this effort. They could then go and fight the lone beast kings or give support to other battle pet warriors. As such, the situation gradually improved for the human side. Humans turned defense into offense while led by the legendary battle pet warriors. We did it, we're winning. Come on guys, don't give those damn beasts a chance. Kill them all, give me back my friends, give me back my niece. The war correspondent spread the news. The battle pet warriors felt their morale improve. They had been suffering before that moment. They had to watch their partners die. They had to see their battle pets die, their companions even when they ate and slept. It was then the time for revenge. It was a time for retaliation. The battle drums were beating. The sonic elephants were chanting at the same time. Those beasts were merely at the 8th rank, but their chanting could inspire the battle pet warriors' morale. A group of sonic elephants forming a wall and chanting together could greatly uplift the battle pet warriors' spirits. Of course, those chants would be useless when a dragon roared. That was how terrifying a dragon could be. As the sonic elephants chanted, the battle pet warriors shouted and charged forward, closing in on the wild beasts. The battle pet warriors advanced and progressively defeated the wild beasts under the leadership of the legendary battle pet warriors. Venerable the Blade was thrilled. He knew that calling Su Ping for help was the right choice. Su Ping was even more powerful than he had thought. Even without Lord Nai's help, Su Ping was strong enough to save a base city. Even though he was also at the legendary rank, Venerable the Blade could not help but admire Su Ping. He wondered how great his life would be if he could be like Su Ping. Whoosh! Su Ping ran through the battlefield and cleared a path. Many wild beasts were either killed or scared away. The battle pet warriors gazed at Su Ping with admiration and respect. They ran past the dead wild beasts and charged deeper into the cluster of enemies. They had to get their base city back. That was one of humanity's homes. Is that a passageway to the deep caves? Su Ping gazed at the place where the Beast Kings came from. It had at one point been the point with the largest number of Beast Kings. Only some advanced wild beasts remained in that area, including many ninth-rank beasts, all because he had scared away or killed the Beast Kings. Beasts would usually be at high ranks except for the cubs to survive inside the deep caves. More Beast Kings. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He detected the presence of Beast Kings in the deepest part of the passageway. There had to be several Beast Kings hiding inside. Whoosh! Su Ping dived down from the sky like a fighter plane. Bolts of lightning were flashing in the palm of his hands. He lifted his sword. An array of sword light cut open a path through the throng of beasts, leaving behind many pieces of flesh and pools of blood. However, given the sheer number of wild beasts, more would move forward to fill in the gap. The white bones were gradually retracted and removed from his person. Su Ping's appearance was restored. Use undead enslaving, Su Ping ordered. The little skeleton stood by him tamely, and its eye sockets were glistening in red. A profound mist of darkness oozed out from the little skeleton. What happened then alerted many people. The nearby war correspondents captured a close-up shot of Su Ping. Su Ping was the highlight everywhere. He was the person that could decide whether humans could win in the end. Is he the legendary battle pet warrior? Handsome indeed. Is that his battle pet? It's so small and it looks just like any other skeleton. Is it actually a beast king? Look, the skeleton is about to do something. Under the eyes of many, the mist of darkness began to spread toward the wild beasts. Whenever the dark mist made contact, the wild beasts would cry and there would be a noise like bones clicking together. Many twisted beasts dashed out as the dark mist faded away. Those were all the beasts that Su Ping had killed. Those beasts no longer had a pulse, but their bodies were still warm. They could still bleed, but they no longer felt pain. The twisted creatures ran toward the other wild beasts. The entire horde of wild beasts descended into chaos. The enslaved wild beasts carried with them a dark element. They were even more powerful than when they were alive. Besides, those twisted creatures weren't afraid of dying. They soon caused a great number of casualties on the wild beast side. In the meantime, a door to the realm of the undead appeared behind the little skeleton. That was the little skeleton's most powerful skill. The pungent energy of death was being unleashed as the demonic door was opened. The battle pet warriors and wild beasts both felt a chill. It was as if the world would have been connected to an unspeakably horrifying place. Roared! Many skeletons dashed out from the door soon after. There were skeleton dragons with red eyes, fallen angels with dark wings, and some twisted creatures. The ancient wolf skeleton warriors charged forth with their spears, carrying a power from the past. The many wild beasts gathered in front of the passageway to the deep caves were crushed when the skeleton army struck. Many of the skeleton warriors were equal to beast kings. A rough estimate would be that there were over a dozen with beast king strength. The little skeleton could have summoned something even more terrifying if it were at a higher rank. Overwhelming. The wild beasts were falling like flies due to the skeleton warriors. The skeleton dragon, the fallen angels, and the other creatures were charging as if the area were deserted. Riawi. One man and one skeleton against all the wild beasts. No one was able to utter a single word. How terrifying. That person is a god of war. Take care of this place. I'll finish those that are still inside, Su Ping said to the little skeleton. The little skeleton nodded with a dull look. Su Ping teleported again and again. He soon reached the passageway into the deep caves. He could no longer see what the buildings around the passageway were once like. The blocks of cement and steel were turned upside down. More and more wild beasts were coming out, and some beast kings were hiding in some places, observing. The beast kings felt it as Su Ping moved closer. Soon after, some of the beast kings ran toward the deepest parts of the passageway. They were running away. They had surely felt the trail of killing Su Ping was leaving behind. The beast kings decided to run away since Su Ping was going their way. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He decided not to chase the beast kings that were escaping. Killing all the wild beasts was too great of a task when done alone. Even when he finished off those wild beasts, there would always be more hiding in the deep caves. Boom! Su Ping wielded his sword. The ray of sword light landed on the ground and bang, the rocks rolled over and blocked the passageway. The wild beasts that were running toward the entrance were cut open. Those wild beasts had strong vitality. Their remains were still wiggling after being halved. Some war correspondents hovering in the sky riding bird pets captured Su Ping on video as he blocked the passageway. They broadcast the scene all across the base cities. The other battle pet warriors were even more inspired. The passageway had been cut off. Those wild beasts were like rats in a hole. Finish them. The battle pet warriors were shouting loud enough to make the sky shake. The wild beasts that were about to break into the human city had been being slain. No more wild beasts came out from the collapsed passageway. The ninth-rank beasts would have been able to shatter the boulders blocking the opening, but no wild beasts had made a move. The collapse was a signal. It was a signal of danger. Approaching the entrance would be dangerous. Even the beast kings had escaped and gone back to the deep caves. Without the beast kings to lead them, the lesser wild beasts that couldn't make it back to the passageway wandered close to the entrance, hesitating. Some of the more scheming beasts had turned around and escaped. Su Ping suddenly noticed something as he hovered in the sky. He gazed into the distance. Boom! The entire base city was shaking. This startled all the people who were fighting. The quake was so strong that some battle pet warriors fell to the ground. What is going on? Earthquake! The battle pet warriors who had a more acute sense suddenly narrowed their eyes. They were shaking. They felt something terrifying. Moo! There was a loud bellow which resembled a mix between cow's moo and a dragon's roar. The center of the battleground had caved in. There was a team of hundreds of battle pet warriors that didn't have time to run away. A pile of dirt pushed them up and then something in the cave sucked them in. They were shouting in misery. The next second, a huge thing, as massive as a mountain, covered with thick but soft dark fur got out from the cave. Fate State. Su Ping recognized that at once. He could not believe that there would be a beast at the Fate State, which would be on par with the otherworld Heavenly King. Still, it was still unclear which of the two was stronger. That being said, he was sure that this Beast King was leading this strike. If I hadn't made the trip over, this base city would have been doomed. I wonder how the other defense lines were doing. Su Ping's mind was weighed down. He didn't think the Xinjiang defense line was an exception. Humans would suffer if there was a Fate State Beast King on each defense line. While Su Ping was considering that possibility, the behemoth suddenly let out a shrill noise that turned all the surrounding buildings into dust. The high-pitched call echoed across the entire base city. The many battle pet warriors gazed into the distance with fear. Even some beast king pets were frightened. As a matter of fact, they were the ones most afraid since they felt that the mountain-like beast king was overpowering. Beast king pets were insignificant when compared to that monolithic beast. What is that thing? A beast king at the void state? No. The legendary battle pet warriors seemed to be wary and surprised. The starburst dragon didn't seem to be as intimidating. They felt as if a viper were licking the back of their necks, but they did not dare to move at all. Look, what is that? Humans and beasts. Is that Lord Knife? Soon enough, someone noticed that some figures were dangling on the vines. The legendary battle pet warriors focused their sights. They were appalled by what they saw. It was Lord Nye and the others who had fled with him. Many fragments of Beast King corpses were tangled in the vines. The Beast Kings had been torn to pieces, mostly leaving out their heads or internal organs, which made for a ghastly sight. Venerable the Blade was startled. He had thought that Lord Nye had run away. He didn't know that a Beast King had captured him. Ambush. Venerable the Blade felt his blood freeze. That Beast King had surely been hiding outside the base city. He would have been caught by the vines if he would have tried escaping with Lord Nye. Whoosh! Su Ping ran to the little skeleton. To be safe, the little skeleton also moved and closed the gap in the air, then merged with Su Ping. Since the wild beasts had been rooted, the little skeleton no longer needed to babysit the area. Chapter 664, Charge. Su Ping looked like a devil while covered in bones. He moved forward without hesitation. Whoosh! Su Ping vanished on the spot. He was only 1,000 meters away from the mountain-like Beast King when he reappeared. The massive Beast King turned around, making the ground tremble. A pair of red eyes opened from within the vines. The Beast King fixed its glare on Su Ping. It had left that place for only a minute, but the situation had gone through a drastic change. The many Beast Kings that had attacked had either died or were wounded. That was unacceptable. Help! Suddenly, there came a weak call for help. The legendary battle pet warriors who were dangling in the air were still breathing. Whoosh! 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 Many legendary battle pet warriors hurried over to where Su Ping was. They had previously been unable to catch up with Su Ping as he was dashing around. That Beast King was the one leading the Beast Strike. They were worried that something could go wrong on Su Ping's side if he were to deal with that Beast King on his own. They knew full well that they would never win once Su Ping was defeated. They would lose all the advantages that they had just won if something happened to him. Sir, Mr. Su, we're here to help. Tell us what you need us to do. The legendary battle pet warriors, including Venerable the Blade, stood behind Su Ping. They were ready to receive his orders. Su Ping was more than qualified and capable enough to lead them. Is that Lord Nye? He's still alive. Great, save Lord Nye and we will have better odds at winning. The legendary battle pet warriors were gladly surprised to see that Lord Nye was still alive. But Venerable the Blade didn't propose nor supported such a plan. He just gazed at Su Ping. He knew very well why Lord Nye and the others had disappeared. They could have worked together to defeat that terrifying Beast King if they hadn't escaped and waited for Su Ping to arrive. Many people would have been spared from dying. After all, the withdrawal of several legendary battle pet warriors had created quite a fair deal of trouble for the other battle pet warriors. Many had died or were injured in a matter of minutes. They're beyond saving. Su Ping darted a glance and said calmly, "The Beast King is absorbing their astral powers. Their bones and organs would be ripped away if we tried to pull them free. On the other hand, staying there would only nourish the Beast King." The other legendary battle pet warriors fixed their gazes on the Beast King while openly surprised. They realized that Su Ping was telling the truth. The vines wrapped around Lord Nye and the others weren't made of hairs, but more like flesh and blood. There were finger-thick vine branches that had pierced into their bodies. Lord Nye appeared to be much skinnier than before. The legendary battle pet warriors standing with Su Ping felt overwhelmed by the outlook. Lord Nye was at the void state. It was a shame that such a legendary battle pet warrior couldn't be saved. "Sir, what should we do?" "Sir, what do you think?" The legendary battle pet warriors asked Su Ping anxiously. Su Ping answered calmly, "It's easy. We kill them so that they can no longer provide energy to the Beast King. That will lessen our burden." The legendary battle pet warriors were stunned speechless. That wasn't what they were talking about. They were asking how they could save Lord Nye and the others. "Sir, we would have to face this Beast King by ourselves if we killed them." A legendary battle pet warrior expressed his concern. Time was pressing. They had to make a decision. "It's okay. I'm just glad they won't be able to distract us," Su Ping said. "They also won't be wasted either. You've seen that my battle pet can enslave the dead. When they die, my battle pet can enslave them and they would still be able to fight." Aye. 11. The legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other in speechless despair. They somehow felt Su Ping was smiling. Was it an illusion? How on earth could he smile when this beast king was there? If it weren't for the fact that Su Ping had just made a great contribution by turning the tables, they would have never thought that Su Ping was doing that on purpose. They thought at first that Su Ping was trying to find more puppets for his battle pet. Venerable the Blade curled his lips. He knew that it was best not to offend that guy. Revenge is a dish best served hot. Wasn't it served cold? No one would want to eat a cold dish. "Su Ping, what are you talking about?" someone shouted. In the distance, Lord Nye and the others had overheard the conversation. They were all legendary battle pet warriors and were able to hear across that distance, even though they were on their deathbeds. Those people were barely clinging to their lives. Then, when they heard Su Ping's words, it was as if they had just gotten a momentary surge of vitality. They had been so scared since there was nothing they could do. They could be saved, but Su Ping was claiming that they should be killed. They were legendary battle pet warriors. "Oh, I see that you know my name." Su Ping raised his eyebrows and chuckled. They had researched him. Targeting the Longjiang base city was targeting him. "We will remember your contributions. Go ahead and kill yourselves. Rest in peace considering it would be helpful for us," Su Ping said. Lord Nye was so angry that he was going to cough out blood. He filed his teeth and widened his eyes. There were some things he could not say out loud. Su Ping was getting personal to get back at him because of Longjiang base city. There was a mutual understanding. "You cannot kill me, I can save myself. I am at the void state. I have a vision and abilities you cannot imagine. You'll just have to distract the Beast King for us," Lord Nye suggested. He knew that begging would not work with Su Ping. Those able to reach the legendary rank had a strong will that would not yield to begging. He was saying those things to dissuade Su Ping into not killing him. Of course, he couldn't save himself at the moment, but he would rather die in the hands of the Beast King than of Su Ping. Also, Lord Nye thought he would find a chance to get away, once Su Ping was fully focused on fighting the wild beast. He had to create a chance. The Beast King did nothing other than stare at Su Ping coldly while the humans talked. It was waiting for something. Or it was a confrontation of sorts. Su Ping chuckled. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he were a person who cherished his reputation. But he didn't care about the tower's reputation. Of course, he wouldn't allow for Lord Nye's trick to work. "You're talking about the vision and abilities that someone at the void state has. You wouldn't have had to wait for us to save you if you did have them, not to mention the fact that you cannot even save yourself. You're just nurturing the Beast King at this point. You're so scared of death, you don't even look like a legendary battle pet warrior. Given those circumstances, we can only help you end your life." Su Ping continued calmly, "Guys, join me. We'll have an even bigger problem if we let the Beast King take more of their astral powers." The other legendary battle pet warriors felt their hearts skipped a beat. As they looked at Su Ping and the trapped Lord Nye, they didn't doubt that the former was better than the latter in every way. They even felt Lord Nye had been too arrogant to suddenly talk about vision and abilities to Su Ping. They could not afford to let the tables turn again. None of them would survive if Su Ping was defeated. "Got it. We will follow your lead. Lord Nye has made many contributions in his life. We will send him off to an honorable end." "That is correct." The legendary battle pet warriors soon made their decisions. Lord Nye almost was angered to death. Honorable end? Nothing would be honorable once he reached the end. "Su Ping, I am sorry. I was as blind as a bat and offended you. You have my sincere apologies. I'll agree to all your conditions if you can let bygones be bygones. Please." Lord Nye could not help but begin to beg. He knew he would die if he carried on his dignified ways. The only hope of survival was on Su Ping. Implications would no longer work. Lord Nye had to put everything on the table. "You're sorry? Why are you sorry? I don't think I know you." Su Ping sounded surprised. Lord Nye squeezed out his answer. "It was me who decided to exclude the Longjiang base city. You don't know me, but the one you killed at the tower was my buddy. I simply could not take it. I'm sorry. I have been at the legendary rank for 300 years and collected many treasures and coins during this time. I can give you everything." The other legendary battle pet warriors looked at Su Ping. It was only then that they learned about their feud. They began to wonder if there were other reasons for Su Ping to decide not to save Lord Nye. Maybe there was a chance of survival for Lord Nye after all, the legendary battle pet warriors thought. Su Ping grinned after he heard Lord Nye say his piece. "Do it." "Wait, what?" The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised. "Do it. No more arguments. Lord Nye has apologized, but Su Ping still wants to kill him." "What, you're doubting my decision? This is nothing personal," Su Ping snorted. The other people remained silent. They had to rely on Su Ping. Besides, hearing what Lord Nye had confessed, they believed that he was indeed a sinner. Humans were at a critical time and they had to fight against the deep caves together. But Lord Nye was still thinking about internal strife. He was despicable. Su Ping paid no regard to what the legendary battle pet warriors were thinking. He gazed at the mountain-like Beast King. Su Ping had been observing the Beast King during the conversation. The two were feeling each other out. He felt that the Beast King was somewhat like the otherworld Heavenly King. But he was no longer as he was back then. He had merely been at the 7th rank when he fought the Heavenly King. Right then, he was at the peak of the 9th rank. "Finish it." Su Ping's killing intent was rising. "Roar!" The mountain-like Beast King felt the change in Su Ping and let out a yell. Over 10 walls that were more than 100 meters tall came rushing toward Su Ping. In the meantime, space around Su Ping had been tampered with to prevent him from teleporting. "Get out of here," Su Ping shouted. He stepped forward and punched out. The walls collapsed. A huge cloud of dust rose. Su Ping emerged from the cloud of dust carrying the sword. Slash. Su Ping wielded his sword. The ray of sword light cut open the air and reached the mountain-like Beast King. Lord Nye and those dangling in the air were appalled. Su Ping's abilities were beyond their imagination. They had underestimated Su Ping. They then learned what death felt like as the ray of sword light reached them. They could not survive that. The onlooking legendary battle pet warriors were more regretful. They shouldn't have followed Lord Nye. He had royally messed up and they had to suffer for it. Sometimes that was how it worked with parties and gangs. If you found a good group, you would live comfortable lives, but once you barked at the wrong tree, you would be doomed. Boom! There was a sound blast that stopped the ray of sword light. The mountain-like Beast King was furious. It shouted and the ground was shaking. The vines were dancing around. Some dark marks were appearing in the air. Lord Nye and the others soon dried up. "Hell," they shouted, but their voices were becoming so hoarse they were no longer able to utter a sound. Lord Nye wasn't doing any better. He was as weak as an insect when compared to the mountain-like Beast King. He was completely unable to fight back. Su Ping didn't pay any attention to their plight. Lord Nye and the other legendary battle pet warriors couldn't be saved. He would only make sure to remind the little skeleton to make use of those corpses. A good training partner. Su Ping didn't intend to kill the Beast King right away. There were some things he wanted to try out. Rules of thunder. Bolts of lightning danced around in Su Ping's hand. Their energy was offending to the eyes. Su Ping was thinking about heaven's test. Punishment by lightning. The bolts of lightning in Su Ping's hands dashed to the sky, sucking in all the turbulent energy. They grew in size before they crashed down. The entire battleground was lit up by the bolts of lightning. Even those at the other side of the base city could see them. The mountain-like Beast King bellowed. Its 4 limbs took root in the ground and many dirt walls rose quickly. The walls formed a huge hand that reached toward the bolts of lightning. Boom! The ground quaked as the hand conducted the bolt of lightning into the ground. Chapter 665, The Rock God's Spear. The mountain-like beast king was of the stone family, and the skill was able to neutralize lightning. Su Ping raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't that surprised. The bolts of lightning flickered and fireballs came into being. Golden crow flames. The pure golden fire stood out from the flickering lightning bolts and turned the latter into a golden color. There was something unspeakable about the golden flames. The massive beast king narrowed its eyes in surprise. The beast king was at the fate state. It was quite able to distinguish different energies. The beast king thought that the dancing golden fire in Su Ping's hands seemed to be beyond all comprehension. There was a mixture of different elements that shouldn't go together, but that human had managed to keep a balance between that energy mixture. The golden fire was making the beast king panic. It gave an ominous feeling. The beast was certain that the fire was something that shouldn't be touched. Roared! The beast king bellowed angrily. The ground turned inside out and many dark crystal walls rose from below. Some ghost faces were engraved on the walls. That was an advanced legendary rank skill, walls of ghost faces. The eyes on the ghosts' faces opened as if they had come to life when the golden fire and the lightning bolts smashed onto the walls. The ghost faces cried so miserably that people felt their blood freeze. Boom! The walls cracked. The golden fire could melt everything. The ghosts' faces were twisted. The mountain-like beast king snarled and more crystal walls were created. Finally, the golden fire and lightning bolts were stopped after melting through roughly 8 walls. It is working. Su Ping was surprised. He didn't know that the golden crow's flames were that destructive. The walls had been built by a fate state skill. I heard that adult golden crows, like Dickyong, can burn off the power of rules with their innate flames. Su Ping blinked. It was within reason that the golden crows had managed to survive for ages. That was enough to crush the confidence of many people cultivating hard. Right then, Su Ping noticed the ongoing battles from the corner of his eye. Even though humans were gaining the upper hand, many battle pet warriors were still dying. He could not waste any more time. Su Ping focused on the mountain-like beast king. "Sir, do you need us to help?" The legendary battle pet warriors approached him. Su Ping thought of a perfect answer. "Yes, sir, what do we need to do?" "Go away." Aye. Pii. The legendary battle pet warriors were perplexed. What? Su Ping then sprung into action without saying anything else. Boom! The vortices inside his cells were spinning at full speed. The energy in the air was rushing over, and a huge funnel appeared in front of him. The legendary battle pet warriors could simply not believe that. Absorbing energy. That is robbing energy. They also felt that even their astral powers were leaving them and moving towards Su Ping. Su Ping can rob our astral powers. The legendary battle pet warriors remembered what Su Ping had just said to them. They stepped away at once. They had to struggle in order to escape the funnel's pull. In a sense, they lost their astral powers to Su Ping. The Chaos Star Chart was one of the earliest rewards Su Ping got from the system. The ancient cultivation method was mysterious. Su Ping had been able to easily steal astral powers from Su Lingyu, who cultivated in another room when he was a low-rank battle pet warrior. When he recently used the Chaos Star Chart in full strength, he could take over the astral powers in an area with a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Take this punch. Su Ping's eyes were glowing in a golden color. He was also mobilizing his divine energy. He didn't plan on using the Void Sword. That Beast King didn't deserve such a treatment. His training on the Celestial Star had also enabled him to make progress with the Fist of Exorcist as well. He had integrated the rules of thunder and fire into the second level of this skill, transforming it into the flaming thunder fist of his own creation. Phew! The astral powers were moving more violently around Su Ping. forming a tornado connecting heaven and earth. Two strands of energy that were purple and red respectively were entangled in the tornado. All the astral powers were gathering in Su Ping's hands and fists. The two strands of energy were also wrapped around Su Ping's fists. Boom! Su Ping threw a punch. The two strands of purple and red energy instantly rushed out. Space in front of his fist began to crack. The first level of space collapsed, and so did the second. The fist then submerged into the spatial crack. The next second, in front of the mountain-like beast king. Space twisted. A gush of violent energy rushed out. The massive beast king was appalled. This human is able to open the second level of space. The beast would have needed to muster a great amount of energy to do that. What a terrifying punch. Roared. The beast king bellowed a fierce call. The entire base city shook. Profound energy from the ground was being drawn by the beast king and entering its limbs and vines. Space around the beast king was collapsing. All the vines were sucked into the turbulent currents of space. Bang! All of a sudden, a spear rose from the ground. It was a primitive stone spear covered in energy patterns, although it seemed to be man-made. The ancestor of that beast king had once seen a god's weapon and committed that to memory. The ancestors passed down the memory to all generations. That skill was named Rock God Spear. It was a skill mastered by beast kings of the stone family. It was a rare move which was more destructive than skills of the thunder and flame families. The primitive and ancient-looking spear tore the ground apart as it gradually came into being. The weapon was merely dozens of meters long, but it was as overwhelming as a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Rock God Spear. Oh my God, the legendary stone skill. Isn't that only a legend? Is it actually real? That is real. That is just like the one I saw in the illustrated book. It is the Rock God Spear. I heard that this skill could even kill demons and gods alike. It can be used to target enemies hundreds of thousands of meters away. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Some of the better informed titled warriors, or those who had once stolen a chance to look at classified information of a higher degree, had also recognized the skill. They never imagined they would see that skill on the blue planet. That was the strongest skill of the stone family. While people had been dumbstruck by the skill, the space in front of the mountain-like beast king was collapsing. In the meantime, a glaring fist surrounded by golden light whooshed out. That fist was thousands of meters large, although it seemed like a bug in front of the gargantuan beast king, one that could be squashed to death with one stomp. Those who were already dumbstruck were completely speechless. That skill. They had never seen it before. They had never heard of anything like that. They even felt they could be easily beaten to death. Boom! The Rock God Spear that had yet to get a chance to reach its target collided with the golden fist. There was a loud noise, as if a nuclear bomb had been set off. Air was disrupted. The battle pet warriors who were standing too close felt that their faces and necks were bleeding. Dust swirled in the air and the ground caved. The Rock God Spear became invisible in the cloud of dust. A fierce wind sprang up and blew the dust away. Someone saw that the dust color changed from yellow to pink and then red. Phew! Su Ping was panting. He used all the strength he could muster with that punch. That was the second strongest skill he had, other than the Void Sword. Su Ping was able to see the deepest parts of the dust cloud. Dead already, so this is what I can do now, Su Ping mumbled to himself. Now? There was still some breath of life, but it was faint. He had used all of his strength when he had fought the otherworld heavenly king. Even the Inferno dragon had opted to sacrifice itself, just so that he could make that beast flee. Back then, he had a sense that the heavenly king had not used its full energy, or else he wouldn't have defeated it that easily. He could have died. As for why the heavenly king had decided to save energy, he didn't have a clue. But in this case, a beast king as strong as the otherworld heavenly king had been unable to stand a single punch. The rules of flames, thunder, and more. If I can integrate more rules into the skill, I will be able to display a greater power. Su Ping blinked. He felt a sense of emptiness. The vortices had become smaller. They were absorbing energy from the air, although feebly. The little skeleton was trying to collect energy for him as well. The dust was soon dispersed and the onlookers were finally able to see. All of them gasped. It was dead. The mountain-like beast king had died. Its body was split as if something had crushed it. Its skin had exploded. Its bones and organs had been squeezed out. Blood was everywhere and more was gushing out. What? The legendary battle Pet Warriors and Venerable the Blade looked at each other speechlessly. How terrifying. That was a beast king that had captured Lord Nai. It had also used the rock god's spear still. It had been killed by Su Ping just like that. After a momentary silence, Venerable the Blade was the first who came back to his senses. He clenched his fists and shouted non-stop. He was excited, thrilled. He was a man that would barely show his emotions, but he just couldn't contain his joy. The other legendary battle pet warriors were also ecstatic. The leader of the strike had been killed. They made it. They won. Not only had they successfully defended the Longjing base city, but the entire defense line. They saved more than 1 billion people. The titled warriors who were standing nearby were also chanting joyfully. Their spirits had been uplifted. They commanded their warriors to charge and to finish all the remaining wild beasts. A complete victory. The battle pet warriors were unstoppable. Even the healers were acting faster. That was the result of high morale. Su Ping was startled by the excited shouts of the legendary battle pet warriors close by. He darted them a glance and ordered grumpily, "Go and help them finish this." Those legendary battle pet warriors laughed. They obeyed his order and sprang into action. As they left, Venerable the Blade bowed at Su Ping and then went after the other legendary battle pet warriors. Su Ping stopped the merger with the little skeleton, even though he wasn't tired at all and its energy was still full. Su Ping told the skeleton to use the enslaving skill on the string of legendary battle pet warriors who were captured by the mountain-like beast king. Soon the little skeleton shook its head at Su Ping. "I did not find them." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "Did I punch them to pieces just now? Never mind." "Call back their spirits," Su Ping said. Summoning the undead was one of the little skeleton's many skills. Enslaving would need corpses, but summoning could pull the dead people's spirits from the realm of the undead, under the premise that there would be a medium. Of course, the remaining energy and pieces of flesh would be the media. The little skeleton nodded. Its eye sockets began to glow red. Soon after, some virtual figures were pulled out from a swirl. The darkness around them suggested that they were about to turn into ghosts. "You bastard, you will suffer." After taking a look around, those virtual figures could ascertain the outcome. Lord Nai seemed so angry his eyes were red and his face was contorted. They didn't die because of the Beast King's vines. Su Ping had killed them. They died in Su Ping's hands. Hatred. They glared at Su Ping. Suddenly one of the ghosts cried, "Look." They turned around and saw the corpse of the mountain-like Beast King. Even as ghosts, they were stunned. They had struggled when that thing captured them. They tried fighting back, but nothing worked. "Enslave them," Su Ping ordered casually. He was still able to control them, even if they were dead. If beasts would have gone to the Longjiang base city, and he weren't as powerful as he was, millions of people would have died. Not even death would be enough to atone for that crime. The little skeleton's eyes glowed. The ghosts felt a tremor, and then a dull look appeared in their faces. Darkness oozed out from their eyes and they grew in momentum. Chapter 666, Visitors from Another World. It's a shame that their battle pets are a complete waste. Su Ping shook his head. The ghosts of those legendary battle pet warriors could be enslaved. However, the contracts with their battle pets had ended the moment they died. The battle pets had been sent to an unknown destination, directly from the contract space. Maybe those former battle pets were sitting somewhere in a daze. Just make them do their job. Su Ping decided not to bother about those battle pets. The red glow in the little skeleton's eye sockets flickered. The ghosts of Lord Nye and the others cried out sharply and dashed toward the wild beasts. Having become the little skeleton slaves, they had been enhanced by the skeleton's energy. Their strength grew. Apart from Lord Nye, the others were all at the ocean state. Also, since they had become ghosts, Su Ping could even sign contracts and make them his battle pets, but Su Ping would never do such a stupid thing. After all, their aptitude was poor. After the mountain-like beast king died, the advantage of the human side was secured. Humans routed the wild beasts while led by the legendary battle pet warriors. Victory was at hand. Even the commanders and advisors had stepped out of their tents, brimming with smiles. The crisis ended. The Longjing base city and the Xinjiang defense line were safe. Half an hour later, humans began to cheer once the last group of wild beasts cried and collapsed. It was over. They had won. Some of the battle pet warriors climbed massive heaps of corpses, planted their flags, and shouted to celebrate their victory. Many battle pet warriors hugged each other with tears of joy. Other battle pet warriors went and saw to their wounded battle pets at once to comfort them. Some battle pet warriors were trying to find remains of their battle pets in the pools of blood and flesh. In that moment of victory, all the war correspondents turned their cameras to the person hovering in the air with many legendary battle pet warriors around him. People were able to see from the video capture that those legendary battle pet warriors treated that person with the utmost respect. The fact that the Longjing base city is safe is because of the powerful battle pet warrior covered in white bones. It is this bone-covered legendary battle pet warrior who saved the Longjing base city and the Xinjiang defense line. This man didn't show up at the convention before the battle. I think he was assigned here by the tower. We do not have information about his name and title yet. Many pieces of news were broadcasted around the world. Some people were calling other base cities from the Xinjiang defense line to tell them the good news. The base cities from the same defense line knew about Longjing's dire situation. The public was waiting anxiously to hear the updates. They would have to evacuate immediately once Longjing fell. Some of the neighboring base cities had already mobilized disabled and vulnerable people to the shelters when they heard about Longjing's crisis. After all, that was the first battle after the establishment of the defense line. The Longjing base city had gathered many legendary battle pet warriors. If they couldn't withstand the strike, the other base cities on the defensive line would surely be affected. But the tables were turned the moment Su Ping arrived. The war correspondents were live-streaming the battle and people had been able to see some of the videos of Su Ping fighting after he arrived. The videos were blurry, but they could see the scale of destruction. Buildings shook and the ground trembled. That level of destruction had silenced all of those watching the live stream. Even the general public was stunned by what a single man could do. A legendary battle pet warrior. He was peerless like a god. Su Ping would speak to the legendary battle pet warriors during intervals. The war correspondents were then able to capture close-up shots of Su Ping and the little skeleton standing next to him. Everyone saw the man that saved the Longjing base city. In another base city, an old man and his granddaughter were overwhelmed by disbelief as they stared at a screen on the street. They had seen that face before. They had stood very close to each other. The three had met on a train when they had gone to the Holy Light base city for the competition. He is at the legendary rank. The old man forced a bitter smile. He was Jai Jantang. He had fought against wild beasts on the train with Su Ping. Later on, he learned that Su Ping was a top trainer, but to his bigger astonishment, Su Ping was also a legendary battle pet warrior. A legendary battle pet warrior and a top trainer. Jai Qiuyu felt this was a huge blow to her confidence. Above the Longjing base city. Time for me to go back. Su Ping looked around. Things were calming down. The entrance to the passage leading to the deep caves had been blocked. The wild beasts were not trying to get out. Su Ping sensed that they had withdrawn. The Beast Kings had been the first to run away. They had gone back to the deep caves, and Su Ping couldn't go after them because it was time and energy consuming. After all, the deep caves had a complicated terrain, and the small five elements formation was still in operation. The formation was of little use, but what if he got carried away in a battle and destroyed what little remained of the formation? Maybe he would end up giving more freedom to the wild beasts. Sir, sir, whoosh whoosh. Apart from the legendary battle pet warriors, some of the local peak-titled warriors flew to meet Su Ping. They were the base city's tycoons. Resourceful and well-connected, they could say one word and millions would lose their jobs. Those titled warriors stopped when they were dozens of meters away from Su Ping. They were holding him in great awe and veneration. The legendary battle pet warriors and venerable the blade stood around Su Ping. They were covered in wild beast's blood, panting with exhaustion but smiling. Su Ping nodded to them. He was about to say something when a person hurried over. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Another one at the void state. That person was at the peak of the void state, several times more powerful than Lord Nai. I am Ma Feng, Longjing Base City's Heaven Executor, sir. Thank you for your help. The man smiled. He had hips as strong as a bear's and a back as supple as a tiger's. He had a long beard, although his eyes were small. They would turn into slits when he smiled. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Ma Feng. What is a Heaven Executor? Su Ping asked calmly. He already had an idea. Before that battle, he would have been completely clueless and surprised. However, after learning about the Heaven Lockend, the fact that both Longjing and Longjiang were part of the formation, Su Ping thought of the formation the moment that man said that he was a Heaven Executor. Since there was an active formation, it would be understandable for there to be some guards. Heaven Executor. Ma Feng looked at Su Ping, surprised that he hadn't yet heard about them. He knew that Su Ping had killed that mountain-like beast king, his immediate assumption being that Su Ping was at the fate state. Those at such a state would surely enjoy a high status in the tower, with access to confidential information. Well, that is a long story, sir. Just think of me as a guardian. Ma Feng smiled. Since Su Ping was ignorant of it, he decided to not be too direct about it. After all, his job was confidential. He didn't want to give any secrets away. Su Ping said a meaningful, "Oh," but he then understood that his guess was correct. I didn't see you just now. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Ma Feng explained in a hurry, "Sir, please listen to me. Just now 2 Void State Beast Kings were in the north and I was there. I didn't have a chance to deal with them quickly. I left this place to Nizecheng. I didn't know." Is that so? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. A legendary battle pet warrior explained, "Sir, I can prove it. Mr. Ma simply helped us distract 2 Beast Kings of the Void State. Otherwise, our defense would have been broken a long time ago." The others nodded. Su Ping calmed himself down. "I will leave all matters to you. I have to go back in case the Longjiang base city is in crisis. You have to know that our defense is not as good as yours." "Sir, you are leaving now." "Sir, why don't you stay for the celebration?" The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised. "What? Do you think I should stay here and moan? Celebration? Look at those corpses. There's nothing to celebrate. Go and help repair the base city. All of you are legendary battle pet warriors from the tower. You should make greater contributions. After all, most of those base cities have to make contributions to the tower, and that is how you get your resources," Su Ping said grumpily. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Su Ping had become hostile again. They looked at each other speechlessly. Listen to him. Is Su Ping not a legendary battle pet warrior from the tower? Ma Feng was just as startled as anyone else, but he then understood why Su Ping didn't know about Heaven Executors. So Su Ping is not from the tower, but his strength, could it be that? Apart from Venerable the Blade and the other 2 who had met Su Ping in the tower, the others thought of another place. The Federation. The Interstellar Federation. Only there could people reach the fate state. There were even those at the star rank, and people said that there were gods in the Interstellar Federation. They looked at Su Ping with a more ardent respect. If they could befriend Su Ping and manage to somehow connect with the Interstellar Federation, their future would be more promising than staying on the blue planet. The Interstellar Federation had more resources. Reaching the Fate State would be much easier compared to the blue planet. If they could reach the star rank, their life expectancy could grow to tens of thousand years, and they could even use some special means to prolong their lives even longer than that. They all desired immortality. Come now, go. Su Ping looked at those who stood around him. The changes in their expressions were fascinating. They had doubts, confusion, surprise, and then delight. How strange, he didn't bother to ask about that. He took his leave without delay, vanishing on the spot. Before he vanished completely, he left one sentence for Venerable the Blade. Brother Leng, come and help the Longjiang base city when you have time. Whoosh. Su Ping teleported. He reached a place full of lava at the battleground. That used to be a street in the base city, but the street had been melted and a lava pool had been formed. The Inferno Dragon was lounging in the pool. It was waiting for Su Ping. Su Ping went down and stood on one of the dragon's shoulders. Su Ping summoned the purple python and Greenie from the base city through the bond of the contract, and he sent the little skeleton to the contract space to have some rest as well. As for the ghosts of Lord Nye and the others, since the little skeleton was not enslaving them, the ghosts were suckered into the realms of the undead. It was impossible to summon those ghosts without a medium. Of course, Su Ping did not plan on summoning them again. After all, the little skeleton could summon a lot of legendary rank creatures. He didn't need those weak things. Go home, Su Ping said. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings and flew up from the lava pool. Lava dripped down from its wings. The dragon made a dash into the distance once it reached a certain altitude. The battle pet warriors gazed at the person and the dragon with fear and respect. The legendary battle pet warriors in the distance watched as Su Ping left. Many people held their gazes until Su Ping flew out of the Longjing base city. Many battle pet warriors raised their hands to salute Su Ping. He showed up without anyone knowing him. He left with countless people bidding him farewell. Tens of thousands of meters above the Longjing base city. The Longjing base city could barely be seen. Even the Xinjiang defense line and the North Pass Mountain were as small as lines. The clouds were dimly discernible. That place was above the atmosphere. Countless stars were flickering in the sky. Suddenly, a massive spaceship quietly arrived close to the atmosphere. There was no sound in the vacuum of space. The ship was emitting exhaust fumes, but there was no sound. It was as if the vessel were a ghost. The next second, that spaceship bumped into the atmosphere. The skin of the spaceship had been forged with titanium and tungsten. The friction produced blazing sparks. Silence was broken the moment the spaceship entered the atmosphere. The engine was howling. Is this the blue planet? How ancient! I cannot believe that the astral power is this thin. Piss, do you really think we're going to find some talents here? I heard that the highest rank is the Fate State. No one has ever reached the star rank. Reaching the Fate State is already good enough given the local environment. Let's go and find out if the information of those people they told us about is true. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that we're going through hard times recruiting, we wouldn't have had to come here. Several people were chatting in the spaceship. Chapter 667, Quota. The crisis in the Longjing base city was not kept in secret within the Xinjiang defense line. The other defense lines were also paying attention. After all, that base city was of strategic importance. Once it fell, the entire Xinjiang defense line would collapse. It had been a critical battle with over 1 billion lives at stake. All parties were interested in its development. Once the Xinjiang defense line collapsed, the other 2 defense lines of the subcontinent district would also be affected. It could influence the entire world. Command center of the subcontinent district's Shenglong defense line. There were also Void State legendary warriors. Over a dozen legendary battle pet warriors had been appointed by the tower. The defense line connected 9 base cities. The people from surrounding base cities were mobilized to those 9 fortified base cities. Each settlement had a population of 1 billion. At the command center, people were stunned as they stared at the updates they had received. The videos were being played on a large LED screen. Legendary battle pet warriors died. Wild beasts were going crazy. Fear, defeat, and turmoil. The situation changed the moment Su Ping entered the picture. What happened next astounded everyone. That guy. The punk who killed Legend Abyssal Ocean with one punch. He killed a Fate State Beast King, that. The legendary battle pet warriors were thinking. Some of them were purely shocked while others were planning. There was no doubt that Su Ping had a Fate State combat strength. In the tower, the master was the only one at the Fate State. When Su Ping paid them a visit and made a mess, many legendary battle pet warriors who had been outside that day were furious. They hoped that they could go back there and exact revenge. Still, the 12 Void State warriors in the tower had kept quiet about that matter. There were legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State that claimed they wanted to go and punish Su Ping, but later, something happened. They then decided not to bother about it. The tower had been shamed, but decided not to make a big fuss about it. The legendary battle pet warriors had been smart enough to drop the matter. That day, they had finally understood why that person had been able to leave the tower safe and sound. Only the tower master could have fought against that young man. At the current moment, internal strife would not benefit humankind. Lord Nai deserved to die. I heard that the young man is from a place named Longjiang Base City, and that he defeated the Otherworld Heavenly King. However, Lord Nai excluded the base city from the defense line. He even told the base city to relocate. Lord Nai finally realized he went after the wrong person. I cannot believe he was making this mess. He was burning his own fingers. The Xinjiang defense line will be fine. I wonder if we're going to endure a similar strike here. The legendary battle pet warriors were worried. The Xinjiang defense line was lucky enough to have someone with Fate State combat strength to protect it. The Xinjiang defense line would be fine unless several Fate State Beast Kings came out from the deep caves at the same time and attacked them. But that was unlikely. The people in the Shenglong defense line were the ones who should worry because they were all at the Void State, and they only had one Heaven Executor hiding somewhere. They would face a lot of difficulties if they encountered Fate State Beast Kings. The legendary battle pet warriors felt their minds were laden with somber thoughts. Even they had to worry. After all, 5 legendary battle pet warriors had died in the Longjing base city within a matter of hours. The people with whom they drank while at the tower had become corpses. Even Lord Nai had died. Who else would have the confidence to say that they could survive? In the 3rd defense line of the subcontinent district, same as the others, there was only one Void State legendary warrior and over a dozen at the Ocean State. That person is getting more and more horrifying. They were also watching videos from the Longjing base city. They watched attentively. An old man wearing a cyan robe pulled a long face. Sitting next to him was a girl with watery eyes and snow-white skin. She held a sword while she sat there quietly, but there was something about her that stood out. That girl was not yet at the legendary rank, but the legendary battle pet warriors present were eyeing the girl with admiration and respect. The girl had an influential grandfather, and she had been born with good talents that could guarantee her a promising future. When I first went to his store, he was such a weak punk that I could pinch him to death with 2 fingers. He wasn't even at the 7th rank. He would have died if it weren't for the golden-haired girl in his store. He robbed us of our legacy. The fact that he could reach this state must be because of that legacy. The old man's eyes were glowing with hatred. He clenched his fists. He was Yuan Tianchen. He had joined the tower years before, but he had been working all around the subcontinent district in the recent years. Many forces and base cities knew about him. He had built up a financial group and a strong faction by leveraging his legendary rank. They aided him by collecting information as well as treasures. Yuan Tianchen had been holding a grudge ever since he had almost gotten himself killed when he entered Su Ping's store. He just felt sorry that he couldn't get payback for it. He later found out that Su Ping had killed a legendary battle pet warrior during the Supremacy League, to later go to the tower and punch a void state legendary warrior to death. Yuan Tianchen was becoming increasingly furious, but he wasn't brave enough to seek revenge. He could not believe that the current Su Ping was even able to kill Fate State Beast Kings. Su Ping was almost as good as the Tower Master. If Yuan Tianchen met Su Ping again, he was sure that he would not survive Su Ping. Punch! If it weren't for the fact that the wild beasts were striking the globe, and they had to strive toward the same goal, he thought that Su Ping would have probably made the trip to find and finish him. That punk! Yuan Tianchen filed his teeth. He didn't have the strength to kill Su Ping. He could only hopelessly watch him grow and develop. He felt powerless, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing that made him feel better was that his granddaughter was not letting him down. Su Ping had grabbed the legacy, but his granddaughter had also taken a share. His granddaughter had also acquired one of the slots to study at the top academy in the Interstellar Federation. She would soon be making the trip over. It would not be hard for her to reach the legendary rank while studying there. She might even go beyond the legendary rank in the future. Even if she wasn't fortunate enough to surpass the legendary rank, joining the academy would mean that she would have the chance to make many influential friends. That would become an invisible asset. Yuan Tianchen's jealousy and anger faded away upon thinking about it. He turned around and looked at the girl. The girl was sitting there quietly. It was as if she weren't part of that world. But the fact was that she wasn't as calm as she appeared. Her fingers were strongly grasping the sword, and the knuckles were turning white. She glared at the person in the video. It was as if she wanted to pierce that man with her gaze. She felt a rush of troubling feelings and pain. She felt pain because of desperation. Yuan Linglu could not reconcile with the fact that Su Ping had become much more powerful since the last time she had seen him at the Longtai Mountain. She had reached the 9th rank, and she could even fight against a legendary battle pet warrior. She was merely 19 years old. It was shocking enough for a person to reach the titled rank at the age of 19. She was a rare talent indeed. But she had still lost. She had been outclassed by Su Ping. Su Ping had killed legendary battle pet warriors as if they were nothing, and he had just slain a Fate State Beast King. Killing her would be child's play for him. Back in the day, she would have been on equal terms to fight against Su Ping for the legacy, but she was nothing compared to him at the moment. Why am I still lagging when I've been working so hard? Talent. For the first time, Yuan Linglu began to wonder. Ever since she was a kid, her grandfather had told her she was talented. She had always been better than her peers from the major families. She had kept the lead. She had gone to the Valiant Academy, skipping grades and graduating ahead of schedule with the highest grades. But she was losing nonetheless. Suddenly she heard a gentle voice, "Lulu." The girl looked at her grandpa's amiable face. This brought a lump to her throat. "Don't overthink. You are amazing," Yuan Tianchen comforted his granddaughter. "If everything is in order, those people should be coming to fetch you soon. Your future is promising. Don't compare yourself to a punk like him." Yuan Linglu pressed her lips together. "Can I do that? I don't have to compare myself to him, because I can't win." She felt how her confidence was crushed. Yes, she could never compare to Su Ping. She could go to that academy and go beyond the legendary rank. However, there might be better chances for Su Ping. The girl lowered her head and whispered, "I understand, Grandpa." Yuan Tianchen felt his heart ache. His hatred against Su Ping grew. If it weren't for that young man, his granddaughter would continue to force ahead with nerves of steel. But Su Ping made a mess of things. "I do hope that something can go wrong in this strike," Yuan Tianchen thought. He didn't care about anyone on the blue planet other than his granddaughter. If his granddaughter went to that academy along with his strength and the secret hideouts he had established, he believed he could live on, even if humans were defeated. The tower. The mountain range was covered in snow. The battles had disrupted the energy which had caused drastic weather changes. It was the month of July, but the snow had started in some places, while people were experiencing extremely high temperatures in other places. Many small hills were floating in the air of that mysterious realm. Each legendary battle pet warrior had claimed a hill for themselves, and titled battle pet warriors would work for them on those hills. Many legendary battle pet warriors had left once war broke out, leaving several people behind to stay and guard the tower. There was a small cottage in the mountain hovering at the back. Sitting in front of the cottage was a tablet, a sword, and a chessboard. The tablet was covered in moss. The sword had been plunged into the ground, and the blade was broken. The chessboard was covered in withered leaves and grass. There was a pair of trees by the cottage, and a swing was hung between the two. A kid was sitting on the swing and laughing. A fair-skinned young man wearing a white robe was standing next to the swing. The young man was smiling while he looked at the kid. All of a sudden, an old voice came from the cottage. "You too, come here." An old man with gray hair and simple clothes came out. He used a stick as an aid to move around. "Grandpa." The young man stopped pushing the swing. The kid did a tumble to get off the swing and chuckled. "Grandpa, today is the day we leave for that place, right?" The old man smiled. "Yes, they should be coming today to pick you up if everything is according to plan." "Great." The kid clapped his hands. The young man just smiled, but he was also looking forward to visiting that place. "Zihyun, listen," the old man said to the youth. "Take care of your little brother once you get there. You'll get to see many people like you. You cannot be arrogant." "I know, Grandpa." The young man nodded. "Grandpa, the world is under attack and the formation is cracked. I believe many beasts have reached the fate state. Will we make it? Should we ask those people for help?" The old man answered, "How kind of you, but that's not something you should be worrying about. I know what is going on in the deep caves. The wild beasts are trying to wipe out humanity to take over the blue planet, but they will never get away with it. And it's true that those people are coming. It would be the end of all the wild beasts if they lend us a hand." The young man nodded. "If one of them is at the star rank, him alone would be more than enough to solve our problem in the deep caves. They may even help in correcting all the hidden hazards that have been troubling us for years." The old man replied with silence. The kid was bored by the topic. "Grandpa, can you tell if they're coming or not?" "Don't worry, they will be here." The old man patted the kid's head, but the narrowed eyes suggested that he also had doubts. Boom! The magnificent spaceship plunged into the clouds. The devices were producing many data sets. The number of wild beasts on this planet is what you would expect on a deserted planet. "The same place, Mr. Fang." "Yes, let's pay a visit to the blue planet's leader." The spaceship turned around and flew across the ocean toward a snowy region. Chapter 668, Special Constitutions. Nice. Snow and wine go perfectly together. There was a small cube forged with spatial skills in the snowy area. Inside the cube was a rush cushion. An old man was sitting on it while enjoying himself. He was Legend the Drunken, the guardian of the tower. Even though he was just a doorkeeper, many of the tower's legendary warriors treated him with respect. He wasn't at the void state, but he did have strong combat abilities. Huh. While staring at the snow, Legend the Drunken sniffed with his reddish nose, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. A black dot was approaching in the distance. The black dot was getting closer and closer until the outline was revealed. It was a magnificent spaceship. The ships built on the blue planet could only traverse the oceans, but humans would seldom make the trip, given the fact that oceans were infested with wild beasts. Humans had even stopped making aircraft carriers. But then a spaceship was about to arrive. That was something that couldn't have been made with the blue planet's available technology. It's them. Legend the Drunken's eyes glowed, and the signs of inebriation disappeared from his face. The redness receded, and all his leisure utensils vanished with the wave of a hand. He strode forward. Legend the Drunken was then ready to receive guests. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The noise made by the spaceship was sonorous and deafening. The spaceship stopped above the tower. The cabin door opened and two people came out. Both were at the legendary rank. Legend the Drunken narrowed his eyes. Those two were at the fate state. He felt as if he were seeing the master of the tower. The surrounding astral power was being compressed. That pressure was commonplace when a warrior stood in front of someone of higher rank. Those two could kill him easily. "Hey, Red Nose, you're still the doorkeeper." The middle-aged man smiled at Legend the Drunken. Legend the Drunken answered with respect. "Mr. Joe, you're teasing me. I have no other skills but keeping watch over the doors, sir. Are you here to pick up those who were selected?" "Yes," the girl standing next to the middle-aged man answered coldly. She looked around with contempt, especially when she noticed the low density of astral powers floating around. The legendary battle pet warrior surnamed Joe said, "Is your master here? Mr. Fang, our teacher, is here to look at the candidates. Tell your master to come out now." Legend the Drunken narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Fang, a teacher of that academy." His heart was racing. He had heard some stories about that academy. It was said that those who could become teachers there should be at the star rank. It was for that very reason that the academy had established a name, even in the scope of the Federation. I will tell him right away." Legend the Drunken was getting nervous. He took out his phone and was about to dial the number. "It's okay, we'll go see him." An indifferent voice came from the spaceship. With that said, the entrance was suddenly opened. The spaceship slowly went into the mysterious realm. The middle-aged man and the ice-cold girl gave Legend the Drunken one last glance, but no longer spoke. They flew back and entered the spaceship. Legend the Drunken finally came back to his senses when the ship vanished. He didn't open the entrance, but the spaceship still went inside. There had to be someone above the legendary rank on that spaceship. He immediately called the master and told him about this, just in case the latter would require time to be ready to receive such honorable guests. Inside the tower's mysterious realm, the spaceship's arrival alerted many legendary battle pet warriors. The tower's mysterious realm was of moderate size. The legendary warriors were capable enough to sense any situation across half of the mysterious realm. The spaceship had alerted those who had not yet gone to the battlefronts. Soon after, those of legendary rank came out and gazed at the huge spaceship. They saw some special symbols on the spaceship. That was the official language of the Federation. They had seen it before but didn't know how to read it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, there was a ripple in space. An old man with gray hair appeared in front of the spaceship. It was the old man from that cottage. He looked at the spaceship, yearning to get a taste of such power, but he stored away his flights of fancy and lowered his head. "I am Goose Sipping. It is my honor to meet you." 4 people at the Fate State came out from the spaceship. The old man narrowed his eyes. Then a middle-aged man also stepped out from the spaceship. He had dashing eyebrows and deep eyes. Something was intimidating about him. The middle-aged man walked on the void, step by step. He nodded to Goose Sipping. "So, you're the owner of this place?" "Not exactly. I just received the honor of being selected as their leader." Goose Sipping tried his best to be humble. The middle-aged smiled with a little bit of contempt and continued. "I come here on behalf of the Mia Academy, all in order to recruit some new students. I've already seen the information about the candidates and they do meet our standards, but I do wonder if their information is authentic." Goose Sipping said at once, "Sir, please trust me. I have personally gone through the information of those candidates and everything is authentic, but I don't know if something has happened to them during this time. 2 of the candidates are my grandsons and they do meet your requirements. Is that so?" The middle-aged man looked around and suddenly said with a frown, "Come over here." Space trembled. All of a sudden, 2 people were squeezed out of thin air from next to Goose Sipping, the kid and the young man in the cottage. The 2 had a dull look in their faces. They then managed to calm down when they saw Goose Sipping. "Not bad. Bone age is 9 and the rank is 7th. There's a certain beast presence in him. I think he was born to have a beast constitution, although I cannot tell which rank his beast bloodline is." The middle-aged man seemed to be happy about the kid. That kid did have the qualities to be admitted in their academy. The kid could easily reach the fate state once he was trained well. As for whether the kid could go beyond the fate state, that would be up to luck. Goose Sipping was overjoyed to hear that. "My grandson is still young. Sir, I'm sorry for troubling you by looking after him." The middle-aged man remained silent. He was observing the young man. Bone age 16 and cultivation is at the peak of the 9th rank. There's a presence of ice in him. He was born with an ice constitution. I cannot tell which type of ice constitution he was born with. He's not bad. The middle-aged man nodded. The young man was also up to standard. If it was later confirmed that the young man's ice constitution was of the best kind, it would also be good for the academy. The young man was relieved. He looked at the huge spaceship and knew that those people were from the Interstellar Federation. He and his little brother would go with those people to a legendary place far, far away to study. It was said that the most powerful in that far-off place had already become gods. They could destroy an entire planet by lifting one of their hands. "Are they your grandsons?" He had a kinder expression when the middle-aged man turned to talk to Goose Sipping again. After all, being able to have 2 grandsons like those 2 on that resourceless planet had surely not been easy. Their grandfather would also be honored if the 2 kids could perform well in the academy. Goose Sipping smiled. "Sir, thank you so much." "Don't mention it," the middle-aged man said. "What about the other candidates?" Goose Sipping answered at once. "They are somewhere else, sir. Why don't you stay here for a couple of days? I will call them." Goose Sipping then apologized. "I'm sorry, but there have been beast strikes all across our planet. The other candidates have gone with their families to fight against the wild beasts. It'll take some time to get them here. Sir, please forgive me." The middle-aged man understood what Goose Sipping was implying. He was apologizing as if feeling sorry. But the fact was that he wanted them to help. However, the middle-aged man did not say it out loud. After all, life on that almost primitive planet wasn't easy. He also knew that people were suffering. "Do they have phone numbers? I will call them and send someone to pick them up," the middle-aged man said. Goose Sipping felt a bit embarrassed. "I have their numbers, but some places don't have a strong signal if we call them one by one." "Don't worry. Input all their numbers into one phone and I'll deal with the rest," the middle-aged man replied. Goose Sipping was confused, but he didn't dare to disobey. He entered the number of the candidate's guardians in his phone. "Sir, those are the numbers." "Okay." The middle-aged man captured the phone over and poured out some astral powers into the device. The phone trembled, and 4 projections rose from the phone. "Master! Master!" The people showing up in the projections were surprised. They felt as if they would have cut through space and entered the tower's mysterious realm. Not only did they see Goose Sipping, but also the middle-aged and the huge spaceship. Soon enough, the 4 came back to their senses, wide-eyed with excitement. "They are from that place." Yuan Tianchen trembled. They had arrived. His granddaughter would go to that place. "I am a teacher from the Hugh Mia Academy with the task of recruiting students," the middle-aged man said briefly. "Tell me where you are and I'll send people to get you." They had recognized him even before the introduction. The 4 people immediately spoke and gave their location details. The middle-aged man hung up the call and threw the phone back to Goose Sipping. Goose Sipping was in a daze. "Since when was my phone this powerful?" The middle-aged man said calmly. "I only manipulated some rules. Nothing strange about that." The middle-aged man then said to the others, "Go and find where they are. Get them here." "Okay." The 4 nodded. They entered the spaceship and soon came out after making preparations. They said their goodbyes to the middle-aged man and headed off. Shenglong Defense Line. Yuan Tianchen was seized with excitement once the call ended. He ignored the looks of astonishment from those around him and said to the girl, "Did you hear that? They're here. They are waiting at the tower. I heard that. Yuan Linglu nodded. She didn't see that, but she did hear it. That famous academy from the Interstellar Federation was there to pick her up. She would finally tap into her full potential. Once she reached the fate state or the possibility of going beyond the legendary rank. The current crisis on the blue planet would mean nothing to her. Grandpa, I will go and work hard. You have to take care of yourself, the girl said to Yuan Tianchen with determination. Whatever happens, live on. Also, don't go and anger that person. Yuan Tianchen knew who she was referring to. The joy seemed to have been cut off by hatred. He nodded. I know, I won't be that stupid. Let's wait till that person perishes on his own. Yuan Linglu remained silent. Perishing by himself. She didn't think so. She no longer had such a grand wish. On the contrary, she wished that person could live until she returned. A legendary battle pet warrior asked gingerly, Lord Yuan, who was that? Yuan Tianchen came back to his senses. He looked around and was barely able to hold back his smile. He is from the Interstellar Federation. An academy is currently recruiting, and my granddaughter has passed according to their standards. They're here, and it just so happens that we're currently in crisis. I'll ask my granddaughter to tell them and see if they can help us get rid of those damn beasts. The many legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other speechlessly. Is he referring to the academy with abundantly qualified teachers? The legendary battle pet warriors gasped. They jealously looked at the quiet girl. They knew that the girl had been recruited by the academy, but it would only count until she got there. The letter of acceptance could be canceled at any time. But the academy's teacher had actually made the trip. When the girl returned, she would become someone that all of them would look up to. It was also perfect timing for those people to arrive at the moment. It would be great if they could help in dealing with the wild beasts. Everyone was full of troubling feelings for a moment. The threat of the wild beasts would recede, but the bitterness from envy would persist. Yuan Tianchen was unable to mask his joy. Chapter 669, Increased Student Enrollment. Longjiang Base City. Whoosh! A ball of fire was on the move. It arrived just outside the base city. The many guards recognized the dragon covered by the fireball at once. Some of the battle pet warriors had raised their hands in salute. Su Ping breathed in relief. Good, the wild beasts haven't attacked us yet. Have you detected anything? Su Ping sent a mental message to an old man at the titled rank. The latter had been gazing at Su Ping, wanting to say hi but afraid of coming off as offensive. The old man felt flattered that Su Ping was talking to him. He replied at once, Mr. Su, we've already sent out guards to patrol the surrounding areas. Everything is fine at the moment. Good. Su Ping nodded. He then flew straight toward his store. The people were excited as they watched him leave. They knew the young man riding a dragon would be their savior when the wild beasts crisis hits. Back to the store. Su Ping stored the Inferno Dragon. He saw that several titled battle pet warriors were talking by the Qin family building across the street. How are the other defense lines doing? Have you heard anything? Su Ping went over and asked. The Qin family elders moved to greet him. Mr. Su, we've just heard from the Longjing base city. The strike has ended, one of the elders said passionately. We've seen the video. Mr. Su, you are a hero. Longjiang will be safe with you here. We will stop the wild beasts. Right. The other two elders agreed. Su Ping rolled his eyes. I'm not here for honeyed words. I'm asking about the actual situation. The elder felt sorry after cozying up the wrong way. A new report will arrive in another 2 hours. There have been some delays at times. After all, the wild beasts have destroyed many things, including stations in some of the base cities. But as of now, everything is fine. Good. Finally, Su Ping got the answer he needed. He was speechless. That old man had to be one of the PR guys from the Qin family. Su Ping left at once. He would go and help if anything happened to the other defense lines. After all, if any of the defense lines were to collapse, It could harm the Xinjiang defense line and also the Longjiang base city. He couldn't have watched them fall and remain idle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to give aid to the Longjing base city. Mr. Su, have a good day. The Qin family elders bowed. Su Ping went back to his store. He decided not to go to the cultivation sites after much deliberation. Judging from what had happened to the Longjing base city, he could tell that things were difficult. A group of wild beasts led by beast kings would have the capability of reaching the detection radius of a base city within half a day. Longjiang had yet to detect any wild beasts for the moment, but some wild beasts might have started gathering outside. If he were to leave for a cultivation site, even for just one day, it would be too late. Su Ping dialed a number. Zai. Mr. Su, the call was quickly answered. Zai Jinshui sounded thrilled as he took the call. I saw your video in the Longjing base city. Mr. Su, how heroic of you. I'm very happy that you're a resident of our Longjiang base city. Mr. Su, if we can get over this peacefully, I will gladly step down and leave the mayor post to you. Su Ping said grumpily, I'm busy with my store, I don't have time to be a mayor. Back to business, I have to say that strike was unusual. Longjing was just a start and there was only one beast king at the Fate State. That is nothing. There will be more of them. Nothing. Zai Jinshui was confused. He wasn't at the legendary rank, but his mayor status allowed him to have a clear idea about the distinction between different states of the legendary rank. A legendary battle pet warrior at the Fate State could be the ruler of the blue planet. The 4 heavenly kings that had been wreaking havoc on the blue planet for over 1,000 years were at the Fate State. 12 warriors in the tower were at the Void State. Only one was at the Fate State, or at least that was the information known to the public. There had been a Fate State Beast King during the battle waged in the Longjing base city. Still, Su Ping had just claimed that it was nothing. What would be something? Zai Jinshui calmed himself down. He trusted Su Ping. He knew that Su Ping was a mysterious man. It wasn't surprising that the young man had access to other sources of information. If the battle in Longjing was nothing, then the scale of the next beast strike would be astonishing. Zai Jinshui expressed his concern. Mr. Su, are the wild beasts from the deep caves really that terrifying? Of course. After all, those wild beasts have been contained in the deep caves for a long time. The environment is harsh, and the law of the jungle is the only law there. There are more beast kings at the Fate State than you think. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see 10 Fate State beasts at the same time, Su Ping said. He wasn't trying to intimidate Zai Jinshui. He was stating a fact. He had not planned on hiding that information from Zai Jinshui. He was the mayor, and he would have to be mentally prepared so that his people wouldn't fall victim to panic. 10. Zai Jinshui felt his mind was blank. Su Ping had overestimated Zai Jinshui's strength of mind. He felt his heart had stopped beating when he heard the number. 10 such beast kings were like 10 masters of the tower. 10 times stronger than the tower. Zai Jinshui felt a chill running down his spine, and his hand was trembling. He could not even imagine how grave the disaster would be. Su Ping said hello several times as the silence was prolonged. Eventually, Su Ping said, Zai, don't overthink this. Either way, the Longjiang base city will survive. Maybe the base city won't last till the very end, but humanity will manage to hang on. Some of us will survive. Zai Jinshui remained silent for a long time. Su Ping didn't try to comfort him. He had to process this news. If he couldn't even handle the information, who could tell what would happen when the information became a fact? I called you because I want you to contact me whenever something goes wrong in the other defense lines. I will go and help if I'm able. Helping others is helping ourselves. Su Ping circled back to his original intention. Zai Jinshui finally came back to his senses. I see, will do. Okay. Su Ping hung up the call. He then went to see Joanna, who was cultivating in the nursing pen, and asked her to teach him the heaven lock. Su Ping sat down in the nursing pen to absorb anima and compress his vortices. The tower. The floating mountains had been moved from their original spots to clear out a path. There was a spaceship at the end. In front of the spaceship was Gu Sipping's hill. The place was merely decorated by the cottage, which was the sole construction. There were a dozen people standing before the cottage at the moment, including Gu Sipping, his two grandsons, those from the Mia Academy, as well as other legendary battle pet warriors and young people. Are they the other 4 candidates? The middle-aged man glanced over to include the 4 young people. They were standing with their respective families. Even though the 4 were blessed talents on the blue planet, they were actually quite nervous. They were only pretending to be calm. Bone age is 19, and she's at the peak of the 9th rank. I have also detected the power of thunder and lightning in her, the middle-aged man said to a girl holding a sword. The sword-wielding girl looked quiet and pretty. She was Yuan Linglu. Qualified, she can be admitted, the middle-aged man nodded. The girl and the old man standing behind her felt relieved. The old man smiled, but he was trying hard to keep his joy in check. The middle-aged man moved to the next young person. Bone age is 18 and at the 9th rank, close to the peak of the 9th rank. There's a presence of undead energy. Good. Bone age is 14, intermediate stage of the 9th rank. There's an insect beast energy. I wonder how good it is. Bone age is 22 and at the peak of the 9th rank. The astral powers in you are profound. The middle-aged man was interested in the last young person. He did not feel any inborn skills in the young man, but the abundance of astral powers was astonishing. That young man's storage of astral powers was close to the ocean state. It wasn't easy to compress astral powers to such a level. You do have a special constitution, but I think it has to do with astral powers. The middle-aged squinted. The young man was nervous, but he faked a smile. Sir, you have good eyes. I indeed have richer astral powers compared with the other battle pet warriors. I already had astral powers close to the 2nd rank when I awoke. The middle-aged man nodded. That was not surprising. Good, you're all qualified, the middle-aged man said. They were all relieved. To be able to be admitted to the Mia Academy meant they would have a promising future ahead of them. I cannot believe that we found this many good students here. A lady with red hair smiled. The other middle-aged man said, I know that this planet is almost primitive, but there are humans here. This trip was not a waste. All 6 candidates are qualified. We didn't waste money on this trip. An aloof girl crossed her arms in front of her chest. Yuan Tianchen, Gu Sipping, and the others smiled happily. Have you left out anyone else? The teacher asked. All eyes were on Gu Sipping. Gu Sipping said in a hurry, Mr. Fang, we have global competition every few years. Apart from the Elite League, we also have the Supremacy League. Both are competitions intended to pick the talented. Anyone who has some talent will stand out, unless they don't care about such events at all. But that is rare. After all, the rewards for the 2 events are quite lavish. Say that some people would never take part in any competition, they would still have to go and study in some academies. All the top academies are actually managed by the tower. We would make note of all the promising students, and I would always show up and straight off recruit those who meet your requirements. I don't think I have missed anyone. Is that so? The middle-aged man nodded. Since we're here, I believe it would be a good idea to recruit more students. We will take anyone who meets our requirements. He looked at the legendary battle pet warriors standing behind Yuan Linglu and said, some of the talents do come from a prominent background, and some might be unable to use the potential inside them. They can be ignored. Apart from the 4, go and collect information of all the talented young people under the age of 22. I will look at their information myself. Gu Sipping was surprised. Well, sure, right away. Gu Sipping didn't dare to refuse. He summoned some legendary battle pet warriors that were close and told them to get the job done. The tower kept records of all the talented young people around the world. They had a team and designated people to collect such information. Study records of all the top academies and logs kept at some mysterious realms, and some special locations were on record as well. Yuan Linglu thought of a person. She bit her lips and clenched her fingers even tighter. Behind her, Yuan Tianchen felt the smile froze in his face. A glint of hatred passed across his eyes, but he hid it well. Talents around the world. Some legendary battle pet warriors managed to remain calm, while others could not. Soon after, the legendary battle pet warriors returned with a thick pile of documents. "Master, sir, these are all the files we have. Here are people that we know are under 22 years of age in these here. We have just heard about some of their stories. We don't know their names or ages," a legendary battle pet warrior reported. Gu Sipping nodded. He signaled the legendary battle pet warrior to directly hand over the files to Mr. Fang. The middle-aged man remained silent and idle. Still, the files flew to him and automatically turned, page by page. The first few files were student records and the information was quite detailed, including the students' ages and family background, among others. Chapter 670, Indifference. Not bad indeed. Mr. Fang browsed through the files and nodded. Some of those students were as good as the already selected candidates, but he wasn't sure if they all had special constitutions. If they did, they accomplished greater things in the future. That was why the Academy would favor candidates with an innate special constitution. They weren't just trying to aid their students to reach the fate state. They strove to have students who could go beyond the legendary rank, reach the star rank, and explore the universe. In the scope of the Interstellar Federation, anyone unable to explore the universe remaining trapped within a planet would be deemed as one without a future. "Find those people for me. I have to check myself," the middle-aged teacher said. Several places flew out from the files. Gu Saipeng, Yuan Tianchen, and the other legendary battle pet warriors saw the names. Some of them got their attention, but they didn't say anything against it. Gu Sipping immediately sent someone to contact the selected students. Soon, the middle-aged teacher had finished reading through the files collected by different academies and had then started to look at the information recorded in mysterious realms. Some visitors of those mysterious realms were odd in their own right, but their information wasn't as detailed. The scholar browsed through the files quietly, picking out several pages every now and then. "This is interesting. The ones at the 9th rank can usually reach the 10th level of the Dragon Bone Tower at most, but this person went all the way to the 12th level. The strength of his spirit is good. He broke the record." The middle-aged teacher looked at Yuan Linglu and asked with interest, "Do you know the person who broke the record just as you did?" Yuan Linglu looked a bit paler. She gripped her sword tighter. She was about to say yes when she felt her grandpa send her a subtle signal with the change in his breath. She realized something: if Su Ping joined them, given his qualities, he would surely be picked as a student. That is, unless his bone age was over 22, or else he wouldn't be chosen. Su Ping would be treated as one of the star students, even by that academy's standards. She would never have a chance to catch up if this were to happen. After 2 seconds of silence, Yuan Linglu lowered her head and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I don't know him." The middle-aged teacher stared at her for a while. He eventually turned over to Gu Sipping and said, "Go and find out more about him. I will test him personally if his age is below the limit." Gu Sipping darted a look at the file and answered with a straight face, "Of course. This one is good. He has explored a mysterious realm in the deep ocean. Those who venture into those places are usually at the ocean state. He hasn't reached the legendary rank yet, but he still went there. Interesting. Find him as well." The mature scholar-teacher picked out more files. He soon finished reading all the records and picked out 13 files in total. 8 were described from academic records around the world. "Go and get them as soon as possible," the middle-aged teacher ordered. Gu Sipping nodded. He gave the files to the legendary battle pet warriors who had been waiting by his side and told them what to do. Then Gu Sipping gingerly offered a suggestion. "Sir, those people are spread all over the world. It won't be easy for us to find them soon. After all, they had not applied previously, so we didn't protect them specifically. Some of them might not even be in the world of the living anymore." "Don't worry about that, just do what you Can? The middle-aged teacher sounded casual. Goose sipping nodded. He thought of an idea. Sir, you must be exhausted after such a long trip. Why don't you stay here for a couple of days to rest for a bit? We have some local delicacies that we can offer. I also have a jar of vintage wine that I've been keeping in reserve for 100 years. The wine is made with precious herbs. One drink is enough to refine both bones and flesh of an average person, extending their lifespan up to 100 years without getting sick. If we drink this wine, we can accumulate astral powers and have a better power of understanding. The ones at the Fate State were intrigued. Accumulating astral powers and improving the power of understanding. Anything that could improve their powers of understanding had to be cherished. Besides, when something worked on humans, it would usually work on battle pets as well. The middle-aged wearing a curly beard licked his lips and said with eagerness, Mr. Fang, how about we? The middle-aged teacher shook his head. You drunkard, wine will get you in trouble sooner or later. Alas, now that Mr. Gu is kind enough to extend us the invitation, we will stay here for a couple of days. We can walk around and look at this planet related to humanity's origin. The blue planet was the Interstellar Federation's starting point. Humans had the blue planet as a springboard, then later went to explore the universe. However, as the exploration covered more grounds later on, humans reached many different planets. Many of those planets were habitable. Technology also made it possible for humans to settle down on formerly inhabitable planets. Humans began to live and thrive on those newly discovered planets and regarded those planets as their home. After a long time, the blue planet, where it all began, became less important. It was just like sometimes people didn't mind the origin of their families. Time could erase everything. A few people would miss their origin, but that would not mean anything practical in real life. Mr. Fang, thank you. Gu Sipping expressed his appreciation. He had kept that wine in storage for 100 years. Other legendary battle pet warriors would at times ask him about that wine, but he was always reluctant to share. Since he was currently sharing, he had to say thank you this time. He was grateful that those from the Interstellar Federation even wanted to stay. That was how important they were. The middle-aged man with the curly beard scratched his head and smiled fatuously. He looked quite innocent, but his friends knew that he was anything but. The blue planet is suffering a disaster rarely seen in hundreds of years. Mr. Fang, it might be difficult when you move around. What if the wild beasts hurt you? Gu Sipping said while lowering his voice. It's okay, I will simply kill them. He didn't forget to make a joke, as long as you're okay with that. Gu Sipping smiled fawningly. Of course, he would be okay with that. Since the teacher dropped the conversation at that point, Gu Sipping decided to continue. Mr. Fang, I have a presumptuous request. We have detected at least 8 beast kings at the Fate State. I was wondering. Before he could finish, the middle-aged teacher's smile disappeared and waved Gu Sipping to stop. We're here for our academy. I've seen information regarding that strike and I understand your suffering. However, we have our rules and we cannot interfere with the business of other planets. I'm sorry, but I cannot help you. His direct refusal stunned Gu Sipping and the others. Yuan Linglu was worried, thinking that her grandfather would possibly meet misfortune. After all, there were many Fate State Beast Kings, and the master of the tower had just said they had found at least 8. She was freaked out. A person's image suddenly flashed past her mind. She wondered if he could survive. Mr. Fang, this strike is unprecedented. The entire human race might be wiped out from the blue planet, turning the place into a beastland planet going if you don't help. The blue planet is our origin. Do you really want to see the blue planet fall? We have over 7 billion people, Gu Sipping said at once. The other legendary battle pet warriors were getting anxious. The candidates would leave for the academy, but they would still have to stay. No one wanted to stay for that. But this teacher was at the star rank. He could pinch those at the Fate State to death with 2 fingers. If he was able to help, the beast strike would be solved soon. The casualties would be fewer. The blue planet could keep on developing technology, and after hundreds of years, they might be able to make spaceships to connect with the Interstellar Federation. The trip to the Interstellar Federation could be dangerous, but at the very least the blue planet would no longer be an abandoned planet. Once they connected with the Interstellar Federation, the people from the blue planet would have the chance to visit other planets. They would grow, and that would benefit the blue planet. In the future, the blue planet would officially be accepted into the Interstellar Federation. That was the ideal future. The middle-aged teacher and the other people with him wore long faces and frowned. "Mr. Gu, I'm being perfectly clear. Are you threatening me?" The middle-aged teacher glared at Gu Sipping. Gu Sipping felt his blood freeze in fear. No, that's not my intent. I was only feeling sorry about those innocent people. Everyone has a fate, and every planet has its due course to run. If you cannot survive here, it would mean that the planet is not suitable for humans. The middle-aged teacher went on. If it weren't for the fact that we did not want to miss out on any talent, we would have been gone by now. We would not have stayed. Gu Sipping nodded. Yes, right, yes. Don't mention this again. We can use this time as a reminder. Gather all your items as soon as possible. We're willing to stay for one more day. You should consider this a great chance for you. You should all feel honored since we're willing to make the trip to the blue planet to find candidates. This kind of problem would never be an issue worth mentioning, especially if they can make something of themselves in the future. The middle-aged teacher turned to Yuan Linglu and the other candidates. Your hometown is under attack, and if you want to save it, study hard when you get to the academy. The competition there is much more intense than you can imagine, and you'll have a lot more to learn. Yes, the ways which frightened you are primitive. You're like cave people when it comes to training your battle pets, said the lady with the red hair. They held contempt against the people living on the blue planet. They didn't think much of Gu Sipping, even though he was also at the fate state. Any one of them could have easily finished him. They had heard about that primitive planet's ways. Battle pet warriors would stay at the back while their battle pets fought for them. What a stupid way of fighting. Battle pet warriors. They had to be capable enough without their battle pets. They would even have to be stronger than their battle pets. Otherwise, relying on issuing orders to their battle pets would never be done in a sustainable fashion. After all, when reaching a certain rank, and when the battle pets were mature enough, contract alone would not be enough to contain their battle pets. If a battle pet warrior didn't have enough strength, the battle pet could outright exit the contract space and devour their master at any time. Yuan Linglu and the other candidates decided to keep quiet out of fear. All right, go and do your thing. The middle-aged teacher flew back to the spaceship. The others went with him. The mature teacher with a curly beard reminded Gu Sipping with a chuckle, "Well, don't forget about your vintage wine, huh?" Gu Sipping forced a smile. Of course not. After boarding the spaceship, the aircraft flew up and hovered above the hill that Gu Sipping had claimed as a home. Anyone at any place in the mysterious realm would have the chance to see that hovering spaceship. Some legendary battle pet warriors were unhappy about that demonstration of power but decided not to say anything. They didn't let anything show. Gu Sipping said to Yuan Tianchen and the others, "You can go back now. Your kids can stay here. We need more people on deck across the world. Go." Yuan Tianchen and the others said their goodbyes and left right away. Yuan Linglu clenched her fingers. She wondered if that would be the last time she ever saw her grandpa. She couldn't understand why that teacher simply wouldn't help when he could. Their talk about not interfering in other planets, she was no fool, that was an excuse. If that wasn't an excuse, Gu Sipping wouldn't have been so wary of that teacher. She was sure that said teacher could easily slap a person to death if provoked. He could kill any human, but he wouldn't kill the beasts. Why? She hid all the hatred inwardly. She promised herself she would cultivate well and try to return as soon as possible. Gu Sipping looked at the young people. He could clearly see the anger and hatred they were hiding. He heaved a sigh inwardly. An idea popped up in his mind. The teacher was probably trying to inspire them. As for whether that inspiration would get them to hate him, he did not mind. However, for the teacher to even use a planet's survival as stimulation, just so that a few talents would grow. Life was cheap. Maybe the people from the blue planet were like cavemen to those visitors. They might even see those local people as part of their kind. They were looking at the local people as humans looked at apes. They would never feel sorry for the blue planet.